Madam City Clerk, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Goss.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Arismendi. Present. Council members Capocia.
Here.
Delmar.
Here.
Councilmember Harabian.
Here.
All here.
Thank you. There was no closed session tonight, so we need no report from that. Tonight's Pledge of Allegiance and invocation will be led by Councilmember Harabedian.
Thank you. If everyone could please stand and join me in the pledge. Ready? Begin. I
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So I think anyone following the news has seen across the country just a state of unrest. Really, in my lifetime, I don't think I've lived in a time when a series of horrible incidents have happened, such as the shooting in Dallas of the 5 officers that were killed, the 2 bailiffs, I believe in Milwaukee, and you can see that our police officers are wearing a black stripe across the badge. So I would like everyone to, if you know the prayer, the Our Father, to join, and we can say it together if you know it. So Our Father, who art in heaven,
Hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come. Thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory, forever. Amen. Thank you, Councilman Harabedian. I should say, tell everyone, as was noted in the agenda, that Councilmember Delmar is with us remotely from Northern California. And so you don't see her at the table, but she is here, and she'll be commenting from time to time. We need to take a look at the agenda, folks, and take a motion for approval or amendment.
I'm sorry. I was going to pull 1C from the consent calendar.
1C.
Yes. Other than that, I'm fine.
I'm good with that, so I'll move that we approve the consent calendar with the change that Councilman Harabedian suggested.
Second.
Those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
It is unanimous. So amended and passed. Let's take a look at the minutes for the meeting of Tuesday, May 24th. And look for any corrections or a motion for approval.
I have a couple of minor corrections, but I'll get them to you after the meeting. They're just some spelling things and names correction, things like that.
Same with you. Same with me. So,
Same with me also.
looks good.
Okay, move for approval as amended.
So moved.
Second?
Those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That carries as well. Mayor and City Council reports. Who wants to go first?
I have nothing to report.
I have nothing to report.
Councilmember Delmar?
Yes, so I apologize for not being in there in person. We've had some changes at my work, and so I'm up here quite a few weeks out of the month, but I am there in spirit. I would also like to report that our telephone operating system seems to be working a lot better than the old one, because I can hear you really clear. The last time I had to call in, it was really hard to hear, but and there's no muffling, and it's crystal clear, so obviously the money was well spent.
I'll just, I just wanted to commend the 4th of July Committee for just another year well done. All the events and really great turnout from the community. We did get a few emails of concern of some of the entries in the parade, and we're addressing that with the 4th of July Committee. You know, in the same regard, though, I just want to say I've lived in town now. I know I'm the baby on this council for how long I've lived here, for 10 years, but every year it just brings that sense of community, of city, of town, of residents, and family and fun. So just a job well done.
And I will just say briefly, adding to that, that it was just a thrill and a joy to be able to ride down the parade route this time around as mayor, and really appreciate the warm reception that I got, my family got. And I just, you know, we take this for granted, but the 4th of July Committee, they put so much time and effort in. Our staff was just fantastic. Our police, the police reserves, everyone involved it was just a class event. And I have to tell you, I don't recall us having more people at that parade than were there that day. It seemed like it was just packed. And the activities the night before were fantastic. The activities afterward were fantastic. It was just a really classy day and a weekend. That's my report. So we will now open this up to public comment for non-agenda items. If you have something to say, please share it with us and keep it to 3 minutes or less.
Dave Colcher, 1980 Liliano Drive, Sierra Madre Rose Float Association president. And I would like to present to the city our trophy picture.
Wow.
For last year. I don't know if it's on camera or whatever.
You're on camera.
This year, or this January 1st, we won the animation trophy, which was a total surprise to us because our animation was solely based on a piece of cobbled mechanics that we put together for about $500. And this is compared to places like Lock and Yacht and Burbank, who have spent thousands and tens of thousands of dollars on their animation. All I can say is when we showed what we did to them, they bowed down to us in appreciation of what we did for the animation. So this year, of course, we are moving forward, and since everybody was at the 4th of July parade, they could see what we did. And I would like just to show our next rendering, which is for this coming year, which is called The Cat's Away. And it's a bunch of mice taking over a tea service and having a little party on their own. So, so we are well along the way. The tea service is mostly complete, and we are now building or constructing some mice to go along with it. We're there every Sunday from 10 o'clock on. We are working on the deco components as well. So we appreciate anybody and everybody coming by anytime from 10 o'clock till usually 6 or 7 at night on Sundays. Thank you.
President Colcher, just want to tell you that I'm up there at Dapper Field regularly, and we're walking past you guys in there, and you're in there sweating and working at all hours, and not till January 1st does this actually come to fruition, but they're out there slaving away on this thing right now, and it's just...
Yeah, we get started basically, we take one weekend off sometimes, and then we're back at it, either deconstructing the previous years or starting on this. We started our construction in March. We have a limited number of people working on the construction. Unfortunately, I'd like to say most of them are from out of town. We have very limited people construction from within the city, but we take all the help we can get from anywhere and everywhere. And we are working there. They're also working on Thursdays, but that's just the construction crew, and we're not, if you want to learn how to do the construction, we'll gladly keep you there on Thursdays, but the deco and the rest of it is basically Sundays only. But thank you, and we love doing it, and we'll continue.
Keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Any other public comment?
Mayor Pro Tem, council members, and members of the community. My name is Faith Lee, and I am the new field representative for Assemblyman Chris Holden, and I will be handling Sierra Madre. And I'm so happy to be here, see all of your faces, and I just want to let all of you know that I will be here answering any questions or suggestions because I do want to serve Sierra Madre better. And while I am on the podium, I do want to give our next event a great plug. It's July 30th. It's our block party hosted by Assemblyman Holden. It's free and open to the public. Anyone could come. Free hot dogs, classic car show. If anyone wants any information, I have all the flyers with me, and happy to join your community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mayor, City Council, City Manager, and people of Sierra Madre. My name is Paul Hovsepian, and I've been a resident here for 10 years. And I wanted to speak about the shootings also. And I thought it would be better if I wrote what I thought, my thoughts. And it might go over 3 minutes, but I don't think too much longer if you'll just bear with me. I would like to say a few words about the shooting of the 2 black men, one in Baton Rouge and one in Minnesota, and the horrific shooting in Dallas that killed 5 police officers and severely wounded 7 others. I think these mass shootings and individual killings are wearing on our national soul. Innocent people are being killed, their lives taken from them. The toll of grief of the loss of these lives is immense and far-reaching. It is extremely painful for the loved ones left behind and for the rest of us who see their sorrow, and to know that this is happening in our country. The leaders of our nation seem to be in a real quandary about what to do. How do we heal the racial divide that has plagued our country since its early beginnings, when Africans were brought to this country as slaves? Slavery lasted over 200 years and only came to an end after a wrenching, terrible civil war. Of course, that did not bring an end to the racial prejudice, injustices, and indignities suffered by black people in America, our so-called land of the free, where all men are supposed to be created equal, with equal rights and equal treatment under the law. We know from the history of our country since the Civil War that those promises have not been kept. It seems to me that what must be changed is human hearts. That is, to have empathy for others. Empathy is the ability to understand the feelings and experiences of another and to recognize others by showing respect for them. In this critical time of mass shootings, civil protests, uncertainty, and division, there must be a change in the human heart. First, I would like to read you a quote from a guest on Meet the Press from last Sunday. In that panel, there were 2 black men, 2 white men, and a white woman, and then Chuck Todd, who was the moderator. And it was a very, very animated discussion about this issue. But the most poignant thing was said by a black man. I think his name was Gerson, and he was a columnist for the Washington Post. And this is what he said, and he was very emotional. He said, "Our biggest need is empathy across our deepest divisions. That's what allows a diverse country, a multi-ethnic country, to be peaceful and unified. Empathy is most powerful and most effective when you apply it to your own community. It is power, and that's a community like this, any community. It is powerful when Black Lives Matter emphasizes with the role of police officers, and it is powerful when people in the white community understand that minorities in our country experience the justice system differently than we do and in ways that we would not tolerate. Empathy is also most powerful when our communities show our police departments that we are grateful for the job that they do to protect us. Likewise, it is important that our police officers show empathy to the citizens that they are sworn to respect. Finally, I will leave you with this anecdotal story that my friend Bill Pugh in Pittsburgh shared with me after the Dallas shooting. This was a post from a young black woman named Natasha Howell, and she says, "So this morning I went into a convenience store to get a protein bar. As I walked through the door, I noticed that there were 2 white police officers. one about my age, the other several years older, talking with the clerk, an older white woman who was behind the counter, about the shootings that have gone on in the past few days. They looked at me and fell silent. I went about my business. As I turned back up the aisle to go pay, the oldest officer was standing at the top of the aisle watching me. As they got closer, he asked me how I was doing. I replied, okay, and you? He looked at me with a strange look and asked me, how are you really doing? I looked at him and I said, I'm tired. His reply was, me too. Then he said, I guess it's not being either of us right now, is it? I said, no, it's not. Then he hugged me and I cried. I have never seen that man before in my life. I have no idea why he was moved to talk to me. What I do know is that he and I shared a moment this morning that was absolutely beautiful. There were no judgments, no justifications, just two people sharing a tender moment of empathy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, hello there. My name is Tom Arndt, and I wanted to add a thought to the gentleman's remarks. And it seems quite an abstract one in one way, but until we get Black, Hispanic, Asian, white out of our vocabulary, we're going to have division. Used to be in our country, well, the guy down the street, Mr. Jones, Mr. Smith, Mrs. Jones, Mrs. Smith. None of this divisive conversation. You cannot expect people to be treated equally when we continue to, through our vocabulary, divide us. What happened to my fellow American? Now, the next thing is, I wanted to know this. I went to the internet for the city to try to look up my comments regarding the need for a crosswalk stop sign over by the post office. I couldn't find it. And who would I contact in the city to try to find out my comments? I think it was about 2 years ago now, trying to get a crosswalk over there. Because the other day, I was missed, literally missed. I'm standing in crosswalk. Young man went through, could have been, I think it was about 50 miles an hour, missed me by a foot. Okay? We need to have a stop sign there. Or something I can press, the other people can press, and it makes a crosswalk, lights go on and they have to stop. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Good evening. Gloria Giersbach, 681 Chaparral Road. I come before you this evening. Good evening, Mayor Gross and fellow councilmen. I come to share this evening with something that's been on my husband and mine mind for several years. It's regarding the Canary Island pinus trees that are lined up from Oak Crest, starting at Carter, and going up about 20 trees. So they were planted there, I'm guessing, it seemed like 10 years, but time flies, could be 15. And now they hover 100 feet in the air, and they are loaded with brown needles. And just with the fires and the Fire Safe Council we've had in the past years, and learning what embers do and how far they float with the wind, and how they get sucked down and attracted to embers like this, and then we have a wildfire. And we are asking that I'm speaking now without my notes, asking that something be done about the removal of these trees one by one and replaced with something that's far less draws the fire's attention and also drought tolerant. I had spoken with Lou Watanabe several times, and even recently in the summer. I've known him a long time, like so many of us had, and recently with Frank McDonough at the County Arboretum. And he took a look at those trees and noticed the load of dead pine needles that need to be shaken off as soon as possible. There are volatile culprits, like candles in the wind, and like I mentioned about the embers that can be sucked towards them, and also houses that come suddenly on fire. With the heat of the fire, it creates a suction of vacuum within our homes, and that's why you see windows breaking. They're not by the fire, but by the intense heat. But embers are sucked down into our vents in our roofs, and that's how suddenly a fire erupts in say even the carport or garage where there's your gas heater. So this is certainly something that we're very concerned, and they can be removed and replanted with a California live oak or an almost non-aqua required tree called a white Mexican oak. It's not quite available yet, said Mr. McDonough at the Arboretum, but certainly is a suggestion. And I wanted to remind you about how these fir trees were required for the development of Oak Crest built during the community, the neighborhood in the 1960s. And today these trees would no longer be allowed to on the plant list for any developing in a high fire hazard severity zone, and that is what Sierra Madre has been designated. So on behalf of Sierra Madre, I urgently request that you recommend this matter be acted upon. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Would like to try see if we could get some kind of an answer for Mr. Arndt about where he can go to get information about it.
I saw Director Inman approaching him, so I'm sure he provided the information, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Okay, we have a presentation coming up here, a very special one. Shall we go to the podium? Well, this is kind of, for all of us up here, a little bit bittersweet because we're going to celebrate and send off our Assistant City Manager, Alyssa Cox. And if you were fortunate enough to be here for maybe an hour before our meeting tonight, we had some cake for her and some kind words, and she got to speak as well. And we've put together a proclamation for her and a plaque, and I'd like to read that and make this official. And this reads, Certificate of Recognition, City of Sierra Madre, Alyssa C. Cox, 2005 to 2016. That's how long she's been working for us. Whereas Alyssa began her career in recreation with the City of Sierra Madre as a junior lifeguard in the 1990s before going to work for the City of Arcadia as a recreation coordinator, Alyssa returned to Sierra Madre in 2005 as a recreation supervisor, quickly working her way up to Deputy Director of Community and Personnel Services, then Director of Community and Personnel Services, Director of Human Resources, and finally Assistant City Manager. And whereas Alyssa's many accomplishments during her tenure with the City of Sierra Madre, including planning and coordinating the city's winning 2007 All-American City Delegation, initiating the city's cultural arts master plan, implementing the city's e-blast newsletters and social media campaigns, and spearheading an IT audit and IT master plan, ultimately implementing a new phone system and award-winning city website. And whereas Alyssa oversaw the design and renovations of the Sierra Madre Room and the Hart Park House, has supported major water conservation efforts, including the re-landscaping of City Hall with native drought-resistant demonstration gardens in conjunction with local community groups, secured a federal land and water conservation grant to develop the city's first new park in over 30 years, the Milton and Harriet Goldberg Recreation Area, and whereas Alyssa's leadership has resulted in efficient employee benefit programs, organizational stability, and a thriving human resources department, Alyssa worked tirelessly to support the community engagement process to address a reduction to the city's general fund reserves. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the City Council of the City of Sierra Madre does hereby commend with great appreciation Alyssa Cox for her dedication and service to the community of Sierra Madre. Presented this 12th day of July 2016, Mayor Gene Goss, Mayor Pro Tem Rochelle Arizmendi, and Council members John Capocia, Denise Del Mar, and John Harabedian. And I just want to show everyone what we've got here and present that to you. This might even be a little prettier. Just this plaque, and it just says Alyssa C. Cox, 2005-2016, has our City of Sierra Madre seal, beautiful seal, presented by the City Council in appreciation of the dedicated community service to the City of Sierra Madre. It's going to be tough to see you go, Alyssa. Okay, so that brings us to our consent calendar, and we've already agreed to pull item C off of that calendar. Madam City Manager?
Mayor Goss?
Yes,
Excuse me.
please.
I just wanted to express to Alyssa, I'm so sorry I couldn't be there with you all to give the presentation, but it's been such a pleasure to work with her these last 2 years, and as well as with the general plan, and we will miss her, and I just wanted to extend my congratulations and wish her well in her next chapter in her life.
Thank you, Councilmember Del Mar.
Well said.
Yeah, and I'll just add, I mean, I said last council meeting just how excited I am for you. I really am. I think that selfishly, this is a huge loss for us, but I think for you, this is just a tremendous opportunity, and you're really a rising star in city management, and I'm sure we're going to see you just keep building up and eventually running, a city, many cities, I don't know. But, it's just been great working with you. I've known you, most of my life. And you're still a resident, so we still have you here, which is great. But I know Elaine's going to miss you. You're her right hand. And, we've just been so fortunate to keep you as long as we have. But we knew this day would come, So congratulations to you, your family. It's been great, so.
All right, I want to sneak in a word or two. I will say that Alyssa was the first staff person I ever interacted with in Sierra Madre because I served on the Commission for Community Services. And I was always amazed at her professionalism. There's sometimes I'm thinking, how can she keep such a straight face? Mm-hmm. It's because of, again, her professionalism and really her ability to serve in the capacity of the city and in the best interest of our residents. And I am thankful that you were my first entree into the city, and you've just continued to maintain that professionalism. And just like Councilmember Harabedian said, I definitely see you rising in this field, and I think the potential is just unlimited. So congratulations. I'm very sad to see you leave that seat, but I know we'll see you dancing out there at summer concerts, and we'll see you in just in a different capacity as a resident. So I know your advocacy will continue on, and it'll be with your resident hat on instead of your city staff hat on. So thank you.
Well, I'd just like to say good luck to you, Alyssa. You grew up here in Sierra Madre. You've served us very well, and you're going to do really well in your new assignment and many assignments to come, and hopefully you'll come back. And I still want you to apply for a commission.
Let me get settled in, and then we'll talk commissions. I want to say thank you to the council and to the community. This has been just a tremendous experience, and I have been beyond blessed to have the opportunities and the experiences that I have and to be able to serve all of you. As I said earlier, this is home, and nothing's going to change that. In fact, it'll probably be even more special after that nice little commute and when I can't walk to work anymore. But really, from the bottom of my heart, thank you for all of your support. Thank you for letting me be a part of this great community. And thank you to Elaine and the management team and the staff here at Sierra Madre. I don't think I could say enough what a tremendously awesome team of people you have serving this community. I've never met a group of more dedicated, hardworking people, and I'm going to really miss working with the staff and working with everybody here. So thank you.
Okay, so now let's go to the consent calendar.
Just item A and B. Item A is adoption of resolution 1648, approving our register of demands. The city warrants are in the amount of $1,410,000 approximately. Library warrants in the aggregate amount of $27,000, and the payroll transfer in the aggregate amount of $281,000 for fiscal year ending June 17. On item 1B is second reading of ordinance 1377, municipal code text amendment 1602, amending title 17, chapter 17.28, the R3 zone of the Sierra Madre Municipal Code. The recommendation is that the City Council introduce and approve for second reading by title only and waive further reading of ordinance 1377 and direct the city attorney to prepare the summary ordinance. That concludes the presentation on those two consent calendar items. If you have any questions, staff is here to answer them.
Any questions on A or B?
Not for me.
Okay, let's open this up to public comment for on items A or B of the consent calendar.
Hi, Barbara Lee. I just wanted to get into the record that I feel badly that both the City Council and Planning Commission decided to remove the under Title 17.28 area, that nothing over 20 acres shall be developed. I really feel that was an important part that should have stayed in the general plan, and I hope it really does not come back to bite Sierra Madre in the butt.
Other public comment? Okay, hearing none, I'll bring this back to the council. Any further discussion?
I'll move to approve A and B.
I'll second.
Those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Councilmember Delmar, are you there?
I'm here, aye.
Okay, great. It's unanimous. We passed A and B. And now we'll go to item number C.
Item number C is a recommendation to award a professional services contract to Bucknam and Associates and ID Modeling for the preparation of a water system computerized hydraulic model in an amount not to exceed $90,120. Before Bruce Inman responds, I don't know if the council would like a brief staff report or if you would just like to ask questions and have staff respond to them. But before you decide that, staff does have a change to the how this project, should you approve it, should be funded. Instead of allocating the entire $90,120 from water fund reserves, staff would recommend that 50% of the funding come from development impact fees for water and 50% of the funding come from water funds So that will reduce the burden on the water fund by about half. If this is approved, staff would return to your next council meeting with a resolution regarding the use of the development impact fees portion of this allocation. So now staff would just need direction if you'd like Director Inman to give a brief presentation. I do believe somebody from the company is also here this evening, should you want more technical questions and answers. And whether you want a staff report or you just would like to ask questions.
I'm okay with just asking questions, but up to you guys.
Councilmember Capocia, you pulled this. What's your pleasure?
Oh no,
you pulled it.
I pulled it. I just have a few questions,
Sorry.
but
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, so I
I
can
just had some questions too.
So I think we can just jump into it. I think this idea is really a really good one, and I think it'll help us going forward. I just had a question as to why we don't think an RFP would make sense given the size of the money that we're going to be outlaying for this. I think that it seems like Bucknam and ID modeling have worked with a lot of different cities, our neighbor cities, Arcadia, Azusa, Burbank, and Glendale. So I assume they do great work, and we've worked with Mr. Bucknam for a while. I just, I'm not sure if maybe just doing the RFP to make sure that we're getting a fair price and that there isn't something out there that we're missing. So.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. We've considered the RFP process, and as you know, that's the way we normally handle these types of expenditures. This expenditure, this water system hydraulic model is a key piece of developing the water infrastructure master plan. And understanding that getting that master plan in place and making the needed improvements to our water system are a council priority for staff, that we've been directed to address that as quickly as we can. We've opted to bring it to you in this fashion. I did contact 2 other firms to determine whether or not this price that's been offered to us is in the ballpark, and it does appear to be, with one firm offering $100,000 and another offering a range of $35,000 to $75,000. So we believe that the cost that's being proposed here is within a reasonable range for the project. We could go out for RFPs as you suggest, and we're more than happy to do that. It would simply delay the project by probably about a month and a half to 2 months.
Okay.
So.
And then the civil tech firm, and I guess that is what made me pause and wonder whether an RFP made sense. They gave us a quote of $40,000 to $75,000. Right. So depending on what we asked for, and as you say, the modeling capabilities of our city, are they a reputable firm? Is this someone that we know had worked with other cities? Because I guess I don't want to waste our time by going out for an RFP, but if there are other companies out there that do good work that are potentially half the price, then...
Yeah. There are other companies out there. You're absolutely right. There are other companies out there that can do the work. Civil Tech can do the work, as can the other firm that's listed here in the staff report. But it all depends on the scope. If you look at the Exhibit A portion of the staff report and the scope there, that was actually $40,000. So that's right in line with what Civil Tech offered. But again, that $40,000 is a greatly reduced scope, and it doesn't provide the finished product that gets us to the master plan level that we need. Essentially, if we went with the Exhibit A scope or the $40,000 scope, that would get us partway there. The rest of the work would have to be done by staff, the inputting of all the data into the model, and that would add a great deal of time to the process.
And then my last question is, do we know what year Arcadia did theirs and how much they paid?
No, I don't. I'm sorry. I would have to check on that.
Okay, thank you.
Director Inman, it is true that most cities have some version of this hydraulic plan in place already.
I believe that to be the case.
So
yes.
we're kind of behind the ball in all this, and through no one's fault. It's just the way our system has developed kind of organically over the last 100 years. So this is, in essence, a critical component, or as we might say, preliminary first step to getting to a point where we can replace all of our entire system. Is that not correct?
That is correct. This is something that we need to do as we go forward with replacing our leaking water mains and the aging system, this is something we need to do to make sure we're replacing them with the right size pipe and that we're replacing them in the right priority. There's a tendency to want to replace the oldest pipes first. Well, that's not necessarily the case. That's not necessarily what we should do. Some of the pipes right now that are leaking the most are not the oldest pipes in town. And again, when we replace these things, we want to make sure that we will have the adequate fire flow that we need through this system. And only the water model is going to provide that kind of information for us. It's also going to provide us with the eventuality or the consequences of failure of any particular section of pipe. It's also going to provide us with the likelihood of failure. Again, these are items of information that we need in order to prioritize what we replace first.
Other questions?
Let's let Councilmember Del Mar, said she has some questions.
I did. First of all, can you all hear me okay?
Yes.
Perfectly. Mm-hmm.
So, first of all, I appreciate the detail to the staff report and the detail to the agreement that you have with the consultant and the scope of work and the tasks that are laid out. But I have two questions and then one concern. The first question is, this wasn't a budgeted item, I believe, correct?
That is correct.
And then my second question is, if we were to, as we go forward with this modeling, do we have the capacity or the capability and the skill to keep the model updated? Because I would imagine as we go forward, we replace pipes, we would want to be able to change that in the modeling so that all the information and data is kept up. Do we have that skill and capability with our current staff to do that, or are we just stuck with the one model and we can no longer update it?
In all likelihood that this was something that will need to be maintained, as you suggest. I have not personally worked with a water model in the past, nor have any of our current staff members. We can certainly explore the possibility of having this thing set up so that we can maintain it in-house. But another option would be to have the consultant continue to maintain.
And we don't know what the ongoing cost would be for that?
That I don't know. I do have a representative, Mr. Kevin Trott, is here from ID Modeling. He may be able to answer that question better than I can at this point.
Okay, and as he's coming up to the podium, then my question is there training available for staff that we could send our staff to be trained on this?
Okay, if I might, I'll defer to Mr. Trott.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I had this nice presentation, but it sounds like you would prefer just for me to answer questions. To answer your question, yes, we do provide model training. I do it very consistently. In fact, I have training sessions every week where we give model training to different cities and water districts. Typically, depending on how the training is set up, I'd like a 2-day training or ongoing sessions of anywhere from 2 to 4 hour sessions with city staff. And I would say about, for those 2-hour sessions to 4-hour sessions, it's typically about 8 sessions, and those are typically focused on specific scenarios on how to update the model with new piping systems. I hope that sufficiently answers your question.
Yes, it does. Thank you. And then I did have the one concern, and my concern is that we didn't put this out for RFP, and I understand that it's time sensitive, and we do want to get it completed. But my concern is our due diligence and transparency. This wasn't a budgeted item. This was really the first time that we are discussing this. It came up into the consent calendar, that we really haven't had time to hear from the public or see what else is out there. You know, if it delays it a month and a half, I don't know what that does to the schedule, if it's really going to impair it. But I would feel more comfortable doing our due diligence and putting out an RFP. So that would be my one concern. That's all I have.
Other questions?
Want me to stay up? Can I answer any other questions?
Yeah, do we have any more? Yeah.
I just have a question. I don't know who wants to answer, but does this also, will it tell us other areas of vulnerability? I mean, we're just really focused right now on the water mains, but, you know, knowing what I know about our system, I have concerns about the pump house and the control panels there. I mean, are you doing any evaluation of that? You know, for instance, we may be more vulnerable, and it might be a higher priority to replace some of the pumping infrastructure and the control infrastructure before we do, you know, several of the pipelines. So is that part of it?
In a typical master planning process, a condition assessment is completed of all facilities, including pump stations and reservoirs. It's where staff goes out and they inspect the facilities. In terms of the hydraulic model, no, the hydraulic model would not be a part of the condition assessment, but it is part of assessing the current piping system.
But this RFP is more comprehensive. I just can't tell.
The portion of the water system that you're talking about, the pump station controls and so on, that is the portion of the work that Bucknam and Associates is going to be handling. That's their share of this work.
Oh, okay.
That part of the condition assessment. The water system hydraulic model is the pipe.
Okay.
The rest of it is what Bucknam will be helping us with.
Yeah, okay.
Any other questions?
If there are no further questions, just to answer Councilmember Del Mar's question regarding timing. Originally, you recall this started with staff coming forward with possible funding alternatives for paying for the backlog of water system infrastructure, and then the council very wisely decided, you know, we need a plan of our system first so we know what needs to be replaced when, so we can match that funding to when these different improvements should be made. Council had wanted staff to return in about September, October originally. This was put on your agenda in this manner so that we could hit that target as closely as possible. If council would like us to do a full-blown RFP, we are very willing. There's no hesitance about not doing that. Just to be aware that instead of September, October, we're probably talking December, January, which is fine. It's just a matter of timing.
Thank you.
Okay. Should we open this to public comment now? Yeah. Come on up.
John's question about what is Arcadia doing? What would be the problem with going down to Arcadia and talking to the water people and finding out how the complete process they went through, so you have a real comparison system instead of starting from scratch? And then perhaps you can learn enough from them that you can cut the cost of the city down on implementing it. So I'm curious as to why that process is not being done. I mean, they have successfully done it, so why not? Hey, can we have a copy of your plan and what you did and learn from it and then go forward? Thank you.
Hi, Barbara Lee. That makes sense, especially when I heard that one of the initial costs is $40,000, and we would save $50,000 if staff were able to do the work. It would take them time, but $50,000 is $50,000. Denise, thank you. Excellent questions. And I think it's fair to put an RFP out for all. And also, Mr. Kaposha, good questions on updating the pump house and different things that we really need. I know for the general plan, I went out and counted stop signs, et cetera, and I found that there's a few streets in Sierra Madre that don't even have fire hydrants. Don't even have fire hydrants. So when we're talking about fire flow, cart before the horse. So, nice idea, go down and see what Arcadia has, bring it back another time, but I think there's other things that are going to take priority. I remember when the reservoirs were all done here in Sierra Madre, and then we hit the drought. So those will probably have to be redone. Off subject, I know we're spending $50,000 to have a consultant look at what we need to fit the disabilities code. I just think stand back, do an RFP, and give this some time, especially since we could probably use to install a few fire hydrants. Thanks.
Any other public comment?
I think that's working.
Okay, hearing none. Bring it back to the council.
Did the subcommittee look at this?
It was discussed with the
Water
subcommittee.
subcommittee, yeah, we did.
My inclination is probably to do an RFP. You know, I don't think this is necessarily a bad thing to move forward with now. I just think that an RFP will give us a little bit better grasp of costs and whether they're fair. And I just think that even if we go with Bucknam and ID modeling, it'll make me a little bit more comfortable doing it. So,
Yeah. I'm a little torn on that. You know, in the past, when we've asked to go back for RFPs, we've usually been successful in shaving a few dollars off it. But this one is for professional services, a little bit different. Sometimes I just try to put myself in the shoes of the director, and it's certainly going to be a lot more work for him to create the RFP. We'll save a little money, but on the other hand, we're going to lose some time. So it's a bit of a trade-off. I'm good either way. I mean, I'd be okay with just going along with it the way it is, just because I know that the company here, he's got a lot of confidence in, and we're going to get a good product out of it. But at the same time, I'm very mindful of the concerns you have. Is that really ultimately the ratepayers are paying for it, and we need to make sure we're making sure that we have the best product for the money that they're spending, because it's their money that we're spending. So, all in all, I'm good either way. But if I'll go along with that, go for an RFP.
I do appreciate the fact that staff really did move on this target that we're looking at the end of October and November, because, a few council meetings ago, we were really adamant about getting a plan in place, and we know that it's not something necessarily that staff can just put together, and it needs to be done at this professional level. I was surprised at the price tag that was attached to it. I think what was reassuring, though, is to know that we can use both water fund and development impact fees for it. So that gives me a little bit of reassurance that even if we are looking at a high dollar amount, that it can ease the water fund. With all that being said, I think a month and a half is okay with me to wait it out to get the RFP done. I really, that was one of my first questions on here was, what is the bidding process and why didn't we go through it? So just to be the safeguard of our residents' taxes and where our dollars go, I think I would be reassured to know that we're going through the process, understanding that it probably will be, I don't know if we'll necessarily be saving on the money on the end dollar amount, and knowing that staff is putting the time into it. But I think, especially when we are facing our residents here and they're asking how are we safeguarding the dollars, I think the RFP process is the way to go, understanding that we'll have a delay of about a month and a half.
A month or two.
Month or two.
I'm on the water subcommittee along with my colleague, Councilmember Capocia, and we vetted this with staff some weeks ago. And I am convinced that this is the proper course of action at this time, but I'm also mindful of the need for transparency and the need to keep our citizens confident that we're spending their money in a prudent and wise manner. So I'm okay with the RFP. I'm a little disappointed, frankly, because as you know, as I said when the night I became mayor, and I think this is emblematic of the entire council, getting our infrastructure completely upgraded and replaced is my top priority for this year. And to have it delayed a month or two is disappointing to me. But I'm a big boy, and I think the collective wisdom of the group here should prevail. And so if we can get going on this and get that RFP out and get started in earnest sometime maybe late in the year, that's fine, as long as we can go into the next year with some momentum, build on the hydraulic plan, and really start to get a plan to take shape that will really grasp the true size and scope and challenge ahead of us, because I see this as a preliminary first step, and it's something that we don't want to do in a manner that is slipshod or gives the appearance of being slipshod. And I want to thank staff for listening to us in Water Subcommittee and listening to me in particular about the urgency of this, but I think the RFP is probably the prudent course of action right now. That's my take.
Would, just for some staff direction, would the council like the draft RFP to return to your next agenda for approval before we go out to bid? Or would it be okay for staff to, you could give us authorization tonight to go out to bid, staff will prepare it and get it out sooner, quicker? It's at your discretion what the council would like.
I don't either. I'm
Okay.
okay with giving staff directive to do that.
Okay.
That'll work.
You could just include
Yeah,
that.
I recommend that the staff just go ahead and put the RFP. And chances are that we'll end up back where we are right now. But I do think for our taxpayers and residents that we need to do our due diligence. And this is a big project, and we want to get it right, and we don't want any questions coming forward. So I appreciate you doing the RFP, but we don't need to see it beforehand.
Okay. We have direction, Mr.
Direction
Mayor.
on that one? Great. So how do we proceed on that item on the,
We have direction, just
We don't need-
don't approve this and
Okay.
we're okay.
perfect. So that takes us to discussion items. Number 2, the MS4 permit compliance.
Yes, this was agendized at the request of Councilmember Capocho wanting an update regarding our MS4 compliance. We do have Management Analyst Carlson here. We also do have a representative, another consultant, a representative from the consultant firm who actually put our EWIMP together. We're a member of a group, as you recall, member cities, who prepared our plan, who's also here for the council to answer and respond to any technical questions you may have. I'll turn it over to James.
Hello and good evening, Mayor Goss and City Council. Like City Manager Aguilar mentioned, we're bringing an update on how we're going to comply with our MS4, otherwise known as our stormwater permit. I would like to introduce Jason Pereira. He's the principal of California Watershed Engineering. I typically refer to that as CWE. He's also the one that was, CWE was hired to develop our plan. They've completed that. They also won the award to go ahead and implement our monitoring. So they're currently working with us on the monitoring side. As you see, staff provided a report that gets into some technical detail. And me and Jason and myself will be happy to address and answer questions you might have to that. But first, I'd like to summarize the key points. I'll go over on what each individual city has to do to comply with the MS4 permit, what the group is going to have to do to comply with the MS4 permit. There's upcoming deadlines, and I have some cost estimates to go along with those. And finally, I'll wrap it up with some of the uncertainties that are facing us going into the future. Each city is required to do mandatory control measures, and these are measures that have been included in previous permits. They have changed a little bit. The county is no longer the principal permittee, so a little bit more came onto us. But it is something that we've been kind of used to doing, and we are still in compliance of doing it. As the report describes, it includes investigating discharges and connections. It includes public education, permit tracking, and a lot of other things that are typically considered best practices. The report also indicates the ongoing capital improvement expenditures that were included in your budget considerations at the previous meeting. As far as our watershed, our Rio Hondo San Gabriel River Watershed Quality Group, and one of the first steps we're going to do is we've sent out an RFP to conduct some technical / feasibility studies on the 10 regional projects in our area. The proposals are due to us back on July 20th, so it's coming up, and I feel that these are some of the most important steps that we can take as a first step. The seismic and the soil samples are going to be the first step to determine if any of these are simply not going to work. We're not going to waste any more time studying them. Get that information out. We need it to know how to do our adaptive management going forward, and hopefully we can use it to find a cheaper way forward. The group has also been given direction to reach out in an effort to extend the contract with CWE for the EWIMP implementation. The most needed assistance will be strategizing and preparing to present adaptive management going forward, this is one way that we may be able to get better results, better plan. It'll incorporate the monitoring data. It'll incorporate the information we're getting from these initial feasibility studies. We also think that there might be a few other ways that CWE could help us, perhaps getting ready for the annual reports, a checklist style of item, making sure that there's nothing that slips through the crack. The group has also been given direction to hire or seek to hire a grant manager. That would assist the agencies in applying for the grants and chip away at the $1.4 billion plan. There are 30 potential grants listed in our funding strategy, and it's another way that we can get together and pursue these grants in a logical manner so that we're not stepping all over each other for the money. Finally, the group will begin to work as a team on public outreach, and some funds have been identified for this. So the total expenditure for the group's first year, the watershed group's first year of implementation, is $673,000. Of which Sierra Madre will contribute $45,500, and it was included in your budget consideration. Deadlines, as you may have noticed in the report, the most striking deadline is the 17-mile of green streets or their equivalent in the San Gabriel River watershed by 2017. The estimated costs of these projects are an alarming $43.6 million. The next set of deadlines that may have grabbed your attention are the regional projects, and their completion dates are between 2020 and 24. By going out this year and conducting the soils and seismic studies, staff feels that it's reasonable and prudent first step for the regional projects as we prepare for adaptive management. Staff will also monitor some of the other deadlines associated with plans in the region. I hate to say it, but staff is very interested to see how the regional board or non-governmental organizations are going to address non-compliance, and I hope it's not us. There are a few possibilities, but there are. I don't want to speculate on what they might do or what the other people might do at this time. Wrapping up the report, I listed a bunch of uncertainties going forward. As you're aware, there's still a lot in the entire stormwater world in regards to our current Los Angeles permit and even the WMP EWIMP process. There are pending lawsuits and ongoing regional efforts to pressure state and federally elected officials. There are very recent discussions in over-infiltration that have just been brought up to COG staff. I think we need to look into that a little bit further. I'd hate to speculate more on that. But there are also concerns from the mosquito and vector control people and there's also, to our benefit, a site-specific study that may lower or actually raise the effects of metals TMDL for the LA River TMDL. That would be in our favor. We're hoping to see that happen. That's about it. Thank you. And like I said, Jason and I will be right here to answer any questions that you might have.
I want to congratulate you on the use of acronyms in this document. This is some kind of a record here. And I know it's not your fault because you have to, or it'd be 3 times as long of a document, right?
I'll include a syllabus next time.
Yeah, exactly. Are there any questions, folks?
Just for starters, we don't drain into the San Gabriel River. We just drain into the Rio Hondo?
Exactly. Sierra Madre does not drain into San Gabriel at all. Conversely, Azusa is the only city that doesn't drain into Los Angeles at all. They're in our group. All the other cities drain to a combination.
So we don't have any distributed projects that until 2020 they have to be completed? So that's certainly good news. Okay, can you just also tell me more about what you're expecting on the 20th? It's a preliminary report on what the feasibility of these regional projects?
So we're going to get proposals, and I don't know how many proposals we're going to get, but we identified 10 regional projects in our area. We're asking for them to take the first steps, the hard stuff, look at soils and look at seismic. Those are the two components that could kick a project out immediately. After we get that information, we'll probably go back to our oversight board with a new strategy. If all 10 of them are fine, then we might look to go further with a couple of the projects that have the closest deadline so that we get, enough material to really apply for grants. Right now, we don't have the level of technical to really get into the Prop 1. We also don't have the matching funds for many of that.
So for, I see just on the regional project, Sierra Vista Park, the latest start date is March 2017, but Recreation Park in Monrovia is January 2017. What does start date mean?
Well, the EWIM provided basically starting at the date they need to be completed. They walked it back with environmental review, construction time, and a couple other components. And they provided us an early date to start and the last possible date you need to get started on those.
So on that start date, what exactly do you do on the start date? I don't know what the date means when you, a start date.
Sure. What I think what we're doing is what we need to do is reach out some of the initial technical feasibility studies. There's also, you might want to start environmental considerations at that point.
So by March 2017, we...
And the environmental considerations.
Oh,
Yeah.
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
The planning and environmental considerations, the feasibility that James is talking about, that the RFP is out right now, that is that initial step of starting that process. And then eventually determining if it is feasible, moving into design, and eventually construction.
Okay. So how long after, say it is just a scenario that it is feasible to do what was planned for Sierra Vista Park, what then would you have to do? You'd have to put out an RFP or for design?
Imagine we go to design stage next.
Correct. After the feasibility has been determined, you might end up having some sort of conceptual plan, which would be considered a 30% plan set, which is mostly just a lot of line diagrams kind of showing where things would go and how they would, overall work or function. And then it would move into a more complete, detailed design, which would, require a lot of engineering as far as elevations, flows. You heard a little bit about water modeling. There's other modeling that would be involved, to make sure that the water is not going to cause local flooding. It's going to go into the system. It's going to infiltrate. It's going to do what it's supposed to do and comply with this plan's implementation ideas.
Okay, so again, what exactly are we proposing to do with Sierra Vista Park? What is the preliminary plan?
So the plan at Sierra Vista Park is to divert runoff from the upstream catchment area. So there's a watershed, and let me pull it up here real quick and I can tell you roughly the size. So the catchment area is about 120 acres that is upstream. So the flows that would come down in the storm drain in that vicinity would be diverted. Instead of going downstream into the Rio Hondo, they would be diverted to the Sierra Vista Park area, where it would be engineered in such a manner that it would capture the 85th percentile storm event, meaning 85% of all storms would be captured completely.
So where would you divert from? I mean, where is it going now?
Give them the streets. Basically, what I'm looking at, and to describe it to you, it's East Sierra Madre Boulevard all the way to Baldwin. Baldwin all the way up to just below Grandview, and then Grandview across to Cannon, and then the school, and then all of it would be captured right at Rancho Road and East Sierra Madre Boulevard and put up into the settling basins.
Would we have to acquire real estate to do this?
No.
So how would you do it? Underneath the street or?
Well, it's surface area. It's runoff. It would be captured at the focal point. It's a decent catchment area, and I think that's why it made a lot of sense to us. We went back.
Is it traveling underground in the storm sewers, or is it traveling along the streets? I'm not clear on how you're diverting it.
Sure. So is it the catch basin underground, or is it just surface
So
water?
it would be a diversion structure that would capture water within the storm drain already.
So it's already in the storm drain.
Correct.
Now you're gonna
In that
take it,
120-acre area.
yeah.
And then, right here, I don't know what this parkway is right here, but it's some sort of driveway that goes in towards some tennis courts. And so the alignment that has been proposed as part of this EWIMP plan is that off of that diversion, it would head northward along a drive aisle and kind of jog around some baseball fields and make its way up to the
Right,
higher
right.
elevation
Okay.
and go into the existing facility that's there.
So you're gonna build an underground cavern to collect the water and pump it out from there, or?
It would be more of a piping system that would pump the water out of that diversion up into.
But you're going uphill at that point, right? So,
Yes.
okay.
That's going to be a big pump, a big pipe, too.
Yes.
I mean, something like this, right?
Until we engineer it, I couldn't tell you.
85th percentile event. I mean, that's a lot of
It's
water.
gonna be a lot of water, that's for sure.
So if you get relief on the TMDLs, what does that mean? Do you have, then it's only 75% or 65%, or what is it? How does that help us?
Well, it's still going through some review and approval. The good thing is I heard that the regional board approved it. The state office of is about to approve it. We're hoping. So I don't want to get too far ahead of that, but perhaps Jason could relay what some of the adjustments in the metals, because that's really a big concern in Sierra Madre, how that might affect our planning.
So what that really means is once these get approved through this process that it's moving through right now, specifically copper, it'll take the limits that are allowed for discharge and actually increase them, allowing dischargers to discharge more of that pollutant. So it kind of eases that regulation.
Yeah.
And what that does is it requires less capture. What that number translates into, we'd have to run these reasonable assurance analysis models to determine what that differentiation is. But earlier, James talked about this adaptive management process that's supposed to occur on a every 2-year basis. And so this area did not have very good water quality data. All the data that was out there was much further downstream and was not very representative of this group. So now that we're implementing this SIMP plan, we're collecting data in this area, and we can much better model what is really coming out of here, and then we can adjust the plan accordingly so that you're just addressing your pollutant loads and not going overboard on something that was much further downstream and not representative of this area. So that would adjust the sizing of these facilities. It may even eliminate some depending on how good or how bad those numbers look.
Okay, so the modeling is based on a general area, or
It's the whole group area was modeled.
our group area?
Correct.
Okay, and from known pollutant loads in that group area?
For the pollutant loads that were measured at that downstream location that weren't represented.
Where were they measured?
They were measured pretty close to where the Rio Hondo spreading grounds are, which is pretty far down.
So it's not just our...
It's like Pico Rivera
Right,
area.
exactly. So my point is, it's not just our EWIMP group that is contributing to that pollutant load that was measured at that point.
Correct. And
So
that's
there's
what
various scenarios. We could be perfectly clean and not contributing to the pollution, or we could be the source of pollution, the two extremes, right?
Correct. And we are starting to get some of that data now, and we're starting to see it, and there's some things that look good and some things that we're having to look at a little bit deeper and try to find out
So
why.
what you've seen so far, I mean, do you expect that we're going to have to spend $4.9 million on this this regional project?
This regional project is part of a collective group, and so I can't say today without looking at all the water quality data and rerunning models whether it's going to eliminate this project or a different project, in the total grand scheme of things.
Well, see, what I don't understand either is, these are called regional projects, but they look a lot more like city-specific projects. They're almost like that, right?
So
I mean, why should we contribute to a regional project if the if what's leaving our city is clean?
So the regional projects were evaluated based on the complete group area. And there was a whole feasibility analysis that was looked at to determine where you could get the most return on a project versus, something that was going to be marginally helping towards meeting compliance. And there were certain areas that were of preference for the group, and some projects in those areas were determined to be, good candidates and, ranked really high, and then some did not rank well at all. And so some of the things that were looked at were, do you have to acquire that land in order to do the project?
Yeah.
And, we really focused on public agency-owned properties. And, fortunately, this was one of them that was in there. It is in the upper portion of the watershed, but once you capture that area, the whole idea behind this permit was once you capture that 85th percentile, that whole drainage area is removed from, essentially being out of compliance. Now, they've since kind of changed some of that language at the regional board, state board level, but that initially was what we were working under.
Well, are we going to have enough time? If our start date is March 2017, which is less than a year away, are we going to know enough from the monitoring that you're doing, and we'll know enough about changes to the TMDLs to then, come up with a new model that might tell us that we need to capture a lot less water, and then you have to submit that to the board for their review?
Yeah, so the
and get
adaptive
approval?
The adaptive management process, the next one is scheduled for 2018. And as of right now, we have 1 year of data collection.
But 2018 is past the start date.
We understand that. And one of the challenges was getting the approval of these documents by the regional board took quite a bit of time and effort. And so by the time that they did approve these, you're already starting to implement, kind of trailing behind, and it is a moving target, unfortunately. And we're kind of curious to understand how they're going to enforce folks that aren't able to meet some of the timelines. And the timelines are really driven by the TMDLs. And it's a challenge. Everybody's...
Well, okay, then what happens if, again, James, I think you told us before that, they're looking at regulating the copper that's in brake pads. If you eliminate copper in brake pads, that takes away the real source of pollution. We built all this infrastructure to fix that problem that was fixed a different way, and we built this for nothing?
So the projects that are proposed here aren't focused just on one pollutant. They're focused on multiple pollutants. And the way the plan was derived was looking at the existing pollution data that was downstream.
Yeah.
We determined which pollutant was the limiting pollutant, meaning the pollutant that...
Which one is the limiting pollutant?
So for this group...
Zinc on this side and
zinc
copper on the
and
other.
copper on the San Gabriel side. And so that may change with this water effects ratio that we've been referring to that is going through the process right now that might change those limits. But that means it'll just be another pollutant that'll be the limiting pollutant, which may mean that you require less capture and infiltration and treatment.
Okay, so I guess basically the bottom line, Madam City Manager, is that before we spend any big money, you're going to bring it back to council. And I suppose, just trying to think ahead through different scenarios, we may just decide to say no and see what happens. I noticed that Royal Oaks is... Well, yeah, because look...
The definition of start.
I think we're all sitting around waiting to see who's going to get hammered first, right? Because I didn't notice this, but we have a 2016 Royal Oaks Park is 2016. And I think you put a footnote that, oh yeah, they would have needed to start a month after so they're behind schedule already.
Yeah.
So we're all waiting to see what the board is going to do to them, and that will guide us a little bit, is what we're trying to say here.
Well, When I was alluding to that, I was hoping it wouldn't be a member of our group even, because remember that the WMPs were submitted a whole year before ours with their own deadlines. So that's the first place I'm going to be watching.
Yeah, that's true. Madam City Attorney, do you want to make a comment?
I was just going to point out that if we think we're going to miss a deadline, that's a real deadline within our EWIMP, we just need to notify the board about that 90 days before the deadline, before we're on top of it. And that's part of the process, and so we need to keep on top of that procedurally so we can stay in compliance with this process as we're living it, in order to try to avoid being found out of compliance because we simply, missed a deadline altogether. So that's
good point. So has Royal Oaks, that's Bradbury, the Royal Oaks project?
Royal Oaks is actually, it's one long trail. Half of it's in Los Angeles River watershed, half of it in San Gabriel. So, but believe it or not, it captures all of Bradbury. So I was alluding to some of the, who's in control of that one. That's a number of people on that particular project.
My question is, they're behind, have they notified the regional board that they are not going to meet the start date?
We're not, I don't know that the start dates in the plan are going to be deadlines, but the completion dates I know are.
Yes, there's certain milestones that are identified in the plan.
What is the first milestone that we have to meet?
2017,
San Gabriel Riverside.
Well, what is the milestone?
17 lane miles of green streets or the equivalent.
In 2017, we have that? I thought it said here that...
That's on the San Gabriel side. Now, the group has that as a member of our plan. That is the first deadline, and I think I remarked that even if we had the money, I don't know that that would happen.
But what is the first milestone that Sierra Madre needs to meet?
It would be Sierra Vista Park in 2020.
Okay, so in other words, it has to be done. If 90 days before they're expecting completion, we notify them 90 days before that we're not going to make the target?
September of 2019.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
We would issue that.
And the city of Sierra Madre is not alone. There are a lot of other cities in the Los Angeles basin that are already behind schedule as well. We're working with the city of Beverly Hills right now, designing a green street for them. But even that green street is not going to meet the milestone amount of capture that they need because it's not big enough. And they already recognize that. They're banking on the fact that they're already taking steps, just like this group is taking a step to get proposals on the feasibility studies to demonstrate to the regional board that we are taking actions. We didn't get this document approved until this date. We, are now moving forward with it. It's just trying to show that good faith effort at this point.
Jeez.
So technically, we have started.
Yes.
Technically.
Yeah, but what's bothering me is that at some point we're going to have to start spending big money, and then the game changes, and then we find out that maybe we didn't need to do that.
Oh yeah.
To me, that's horrible.
I do believe that you will have to do something. It's just a matter of trying to pick the one that ranked the best and is going to provide the most benefit to the entire group to move forward with first.
To the entire group, but I don't think our situation is as bad as like Bradbury that's got a huge bill, but are we expected to shoulder a burden for the benefit of the rest of the group and likewise?
Well, that would be a memorandum of understanding. It might develop into something more like a district or a joint powers.
Mm-hmm.
I do see that in the permit, each agency is required to meet the deadlines that are prescribed for them. They're individually required, at least as far as I read the permit. When you get to 17 lane miles of green streets in the San Gabriel Valley or San Gabriel River watershed, I don't believe any of the cities were specifically named in that. So I'm interested to see how that's going to go.
Okay.
Just a technical question, if you can't answer it, I understand. Assuming we're talking about an average year, not an 85th percentile year, is there been any calculations on how many acre feet of water we would be diverting into those spreading basins using the Sierra Vista Park model?
Question. Those numbers might be in this report. It's been a while.
I would imagine it's a fairly significant amount of water.
I could also describe in Sierra Madre, the 85th percent 24-hour storm is 1.13 inches, to give a little perspective.
So we get 50 inches.
I probably caught you off guard.
we'll have to get
That's
back
not
to you on the
something you
volume.
probably
Yeah,
were
the
prepared for tonight. Any other questions? Well, thank you, gentlemen, for the report and for the explanation.
If I can just comment, since Field Representative Holden's staff person here is, and I know it's her first day here, but you know, this is definitely an issue that we've spoken to the Assembly member about, and as much as this is not under the jurisdiction of the state necessarily, he has agreed to carry a torch for us in some sense and champion some issues. So if you can just relay the message that we are going to continue encouraging him to support us in this effort and this entire region.
This is a huge waste of taxpayer money. And we need help from the state legislator to fix this problem that was imposed on us unfairly.
Okay. Yeah, we have to do public comment on this, so as long as I make sure we have all our questions exhausted here? Okay, let's open this up to public comment. Mr. Arndt, please come down.
His first comment about are we polluting seems to be the primary you had asked. Are we actually polluting anything? Does anybody know we're polluting? That should be determined before we spend all the money to prevent pollution.
Yes.
If we're not polluting, there should be something with it. And you asked, is there a provision in the law that says if you're not polluting, you don't have to participate? That needs to be answered.
My name's Paul Husepian. It's kind of confusing. It sounds kind of dire in a way, and I got a ton of questions. But because I'm back here, I couldn't understand, a lot of things. So all I can say is, like the gentleman said, if it has to do with pollution, I mean, we're at the top of the chain, and of all, compared to other cities, we don't have the cars, we don't have the industry, we don't have the major infrastructure to pollute. So I really want a lot more, and the gentleman gave me his card, so I'm going to go talk to him more so I can understand, and I really appreciate your questions, John, because you were asking some really important questions. That was really good. Okay.
Thank you. Other public comment? Well, we did receive, I thought, a fair question from Mr. Arndt about why aren't we determining whether we're polluting before we're deciding that we're going to clean up pollution? Seems like a fair question.
Logical one.
It's a fair question.
We agree.
And it's the first question. We simply weren't provided the opportunity.
So just to clarify that, Mr. Arndt, and to the public, we have not been given the vehicle to determine accurately, scientifically, just how much we are contributing right now. That is in the works, but what is also in the works is a plan to clean up pollution, and those two lines seem to be crisscrossing in an opposite direction. And we don't seem to have, here at the local level, much to do about it. Councilmember Arizmendi did just share, which we shared in the last meeting, that we brought in Assemblyman Holden into this, and he assured us that he would work at bringing together a meeting of, for lack of a better word, stakeholders at the federal, state, and local level to kind of get in a room and see if we can't get some sensibility into all this. And our staff is in touch with them. We're going to see how that progresses. We're hoping that meeting might take place sometime late in the summer, early in the fall. And maybe that and some of the other things that are going on with other representatives, we might be able to make some headway towards sensibility on all this. But it is, in my opinion, it is what it seems to be. It is kind of putting the cart before the horse.
Well, can I just give a little background? Because, I mean, the reason we're in this situation is because the current LA County permit that was imposed upon us differs so much from any other permit in the United States. And this is all driven by the Clean Water Act. Up till the time this permit was issued, we always had, it's not adaptive management. Best management practices. Best iterative process where theoretically if you detect the pollution, you put in countermeasures to mitigate it, and you work with the state board to come up with these effective, best practices to implement. That's what was taken away from us and put in place was this enhanced watershed management practice, which the idea is that if you capture 85% of this stormwater, then you meet the limits that are imposed on quote-unquote waters of the United States. So that's what's different here. Nowhere else in the world have they imposed such a regime on us. The regional board in Los Angeles views this as the up-and-coming tool to control runoff from stormwater. And we think it's a really bad idea. They did not understand how costly this was going to be and how difficult it is to implement. To me, it just sounds impossible to implement this with any sense at all. So this is what we want. We want to go back to the way everybody else has, where when you first do your monitoring and you detect a problem, then you do what you can within reason to control that source of pollution. That would solve the problem. It's just, to me, that simple. Of course, I'm maybe oversimplifying it, but my,
No, I agree with
following this, that it really just would be that easy. You've got cases where along, I think it's the Santa Ana River or one of the tributaries, where on one side of it, you have to capture stormwater. The other side, you can still do these best management practices because they're in a different, controlled by a different board than we are. And again, the people that impose this are not elected representatives. These are appointed by our Governor Brown. I'm not criticizing him, but this is the problem. We've created this structure, and I think they've run amok. So they have no accountability to you folks that are the taxpayers. This has to be fixed.
Somewhere in there needs to be a balance between Governor Brown and this environmental check, what the needs are of the individual cities. How that will go about, I don't know. Let me make one last comment. You guys are doing a great job.
I'd like to just comment. I said the same thing the last time this came up. Seems like this is coming up a lot now. How many meetings have we discussed this? But, most people I know in this city are pretty greenish, pretty concerned about the environment. I am. I think most people I know are, and I don't think we're crazy about it, but I think we're reasonably concerned about it. And I think cleaning up the rivers and getting our beaches and the water quality down there up to snuff is something that I think we all believe in. And so I really think this is more about government, this organization, than it is anything else, and incompetence. And I think there's probably some room for improvement if the right people can get their heads together and, political turf can be seeded a little bit. And that's saying a lot, but, I'm rather optimistic that something better will happen sometime in the next year. Because it seems to me that we will not be able to pay for the things they want us to pay for, and we're not the only ones. And so what you will have are cities going bankrupt or doing worse than what they could be doing if they were left to their own devices to start cleaning up surface pollutants their own way, innovating, creating their own approaches to these problems. So I have to believe that the message is going to get up there to the highest levels at some point. But I have a lot of friends in town who are more pessimistic than me, but that's my 10 cents worth. Anyone else? Okay. Do we've received and filed and
We've been FYI.
we've received and filed, yeah. Okay. And now we move on to discussion regarding vacant property maintenance standards, item number 3.
Director of Planning and Community Preservation, Vincent Gonzalez, has a staff report.
Thank you. In response to City Council's request, staff is providing this report regarding vacant property maintenance standards. And the report will highlight a number of unoccupied properties in the city in terms of the quantity that we have now, inform a discussion regarding the potential establishment of a vacant property registration program, and also to provide an overview of the city's code enforcement procedures as stipulated in Title 8 in the Health and Safety Code. Concerns have been expressed by some that there is a prevalence of unoccupied residential properties throughout the city. And out of a total of 3,877 single-family parcels, staff is aware of a total of approximately 15 unoccupied properties. In total, these properties represent a fraction of 1% of the total housing units in the city, and that's single-family housing units. The majority of these properties are in various stages of approval for replacement projects. The issue is when such properties remain vacant for extensive periods of time as to become unsightly and could potentially cause depreciation of property values of surrounding homes. In most instances, with the exception of 2 of the 15 homes, property owners have been responsive to requests to abate overgrown vegetation and to secure the property from vandalism. Staff will continue to monitor and enforce existing and new code enforcement cases as they arise. In February 2016, the Planning Commission discussed options to establish a stringent code provisions of unoccupied properties. The Commission discussed the creation of a registration program as a mechanism to protect residential neighborhoods and commercial areas from becoming blighted through the lack of inadequate maintenance and security of vacant properties. The Commission reviewed a model that was provided to them by staff. The model came from the City of Norwalk, and that model is included in your packet as Exhibit B. The Planning Commission discussed the option to require property owners to register a property with the city in the event the property will not be occupied or rented for extended periods of time during the permitting process for replacement projects. Upon registration, the property owner shall be maintained the property shall be maintained in a clean and sanitary condition at all times, which includes the building structure, vegetation, swimming pools, spas, and other water bodies, and securing the property from unlawful entry. Staff will also need to establish an appropriate registration fee and monitoring fee to account for the cost to enforce the ordinance. Additional requirements will also include regarding reoccupancy of a registered unoccupied property. A few options to consider include a requirement that does not permit reoccupancy without first maintaining certain conditions or meeting certain conditions, that all fees have been paid in full, that an on-site inspection of the premises has been made, and all unlawful conditions existing at the property have been corrected and abated with all approvals, permits, and/or inspections in place. Such conditions will not be applicable to buildings generally identified for demolition to accommodate a replacement project, since those projects will not be reoccupied. After discussing this matter, the Planning Commission did not take any action to establish an unoccupied property registration program. The Commission did discuss that a registration program would add a new layer of code enforcement responsibilities. And the Commission also stated that the provisions contained in Title 8 of the Health and Safety Code adequately captured the variety of possible violations. Applicable sections of Title 8 specific to property maintenance of residential structures are included in the packet as Exhibit A. The staff also referenced specific sections of the code that address residential property maintenance, which include control of weeds and abatement of noxious weeds, unlawful accumulation of refuse and combustible and non-combustible rubbish, and property maintenance nuisances. These are all identified in the staff report. The Sierra Madre Municipal Code Section 1.18.080 provides for the issuance of administrative citations for municipal and other code violations. Over the years, staff has taken a reactive approach to code enforcement, primarily due to limited enforcement staffing, generally responding to complaints brought to the attention of staff. There are 4 levels of citations that can be issued progressively for a violation. We began with issuing a courtesy notice, and courtesy notices could be issued at 1, 2, or 3 times. Then a $100 fine is imposed for the first violation, $200 for the second, and a $500 for the third, and subsequent citations for violation of the same codes within that same year. The failure of any person to pay the fines assessed by an administrative citation within the time specification specified in the citation may result in the city taking various actions. We could refer the fine to a private collection agency. We can file a claim with the small claims court. And we could also attach the fine as a special assessments against the property on which the violation occurred, or on any other legal means necessary to collect the fine. Title 8 also details abatement proceedings for noncompliance applicable to all code enforcement proceedings, which is under the purview of both the Planning Commission and the City Council. An overview of the proceedings to declare property a public nuisance are detailed in your staff report. So this evening, the City Council has a few alternatives presented before them. You could either direct staff to work with the Planning Commission to develop a vacant or unoccupied property registration program. The City Council can take no action, or any other alternative the Council desires. Today, staff is seeking City Council direction at this point, and I'm available to answer any questions.
Thank you, Director Gonzalez. Do we have any questions?
I just have a quick question, Dr. Gonzalez. Thank you for the report. With respect to the city of Norwalk, do you happen to have the fee schedule that was attached to it?
I probably do have a fee schedule, but it's not attached here.
Do you know range-wise what the fees were?
I believe it was fairly low. I believe it was just under $100.
Thank you.
Just regarding fines, it says in one section that you can fine shall be no more than 1,000, but in the other section, it's what you said, it starts at $100 and goes up to a maximum third and subsequent are $500. Is that an inconsistency? Or?
No, the difference there is the $1,000 fine is if the city decides to go more through the prosecutor, take them to court route versus writing them something similar to a traffic ticket.
Yeah.
They're really 2 different processes.
Could those fines be more?
Our administrative citation fines could be more.
Yeah, because I mean, these fines like $100 on somebody who just paid $1.5 million for a property, it's cheaper to pay the fine than to have somebody come out and take care of the property, you know? So, you know, I didn't see anything in here about protecting trees because, I mean, with the drought going on, that's a big concern. And, you know, I'm thinking of a property that I know of that's been vacant for a couple of years now, and nobody has watered because the water surface is shut off and the trees are looking pretty bad. I mean, is that something we can do to put something in here to say that that the trees must be maintained? Or
That would
tree
also be
conservation?
part of our
And
ordinance.
simple answer is yes, we could.
Okay. I'm wondering how effective the registration would be. Was there a discussion about how would that? how
In
would that
terms
help?
of the imposing a registration program, we would still be reliant unless staff sees vacant properties as we're driving through neighborhoods, but we're also still reliant on neighbors to actually notify us, and that's how many of these have come about. Actually, even since the time I wrote the staff report, we identified 7 properties.
gonna ask about
and I found out about 3 additional today and more earlier, actually last week. So now we're up to 15. I'm sure there's many more.
So there's quite a few,
Yeah, and I also wanted to just, there's just the difference with the Norwalk example, it's a good example. These types of ordinance were more the result, if you read the ordinance, it's really for foreclosed properties.
Oh.
We really would be doing something, a little trading in a little different area. There were a number of cities with the housing market crash 2008-9 where they had a lot of foreclosures.
Yeah.
And those can be an administrative nightmare to try to figure out who's responsible for them.
Yeah.
So if you read Norwalk's, it really has to do more with foreclosures.
Yeah.
So we would be doing something, just, so it's a good example, a template of the types of things we could do, but we really would be, I'm not aware of anybody who is currently doing exactly what we're talking about this evening.
Right.
Because we're not just talking about foreclosures.
Yeah, right.
These are properties people own, and they are just, for whatever reason, not occupied for periods of time.
Can I ask about this paragraph T, maintenance of premises so out of harmony or conformity with the maintenance standards of adjacent properties as to cause substantial diminution of the enjoyment, use, or property values of such adjacent properties. How would one define that, you know? I mean, is there a way we can make that a little more specific? Because again, you know, if you shut off your water service, even if you just make sure everything is trimmed, it looks bad compared to the rest of the neighborhood.
Yes.
So is that a substantial diminution of the enjoyment or just a diminution? You know, because a neighbor next door would view that as this is really bad. But I mean, is it going to really affect the property value of their house? That's debatable. But I mean, can we tighten that up to, is it possible to tighten that up somewhat?
Yes, and I recommend we do so.
Okay.
There have been instances in my tenure here where we've not been able to enforce certain sections of this because of exactly that situation. What is really the definition of that?
Yeah, I think, yeah, well, we'll get into that a little more after we have open comment, but, okay, that's all my questions.
Other questions? Okay, let's open this up for public comment.
Good evening. First, I want to thank the council for agendizing this issue. We were here in May, our little gang of West Alegria residents, and we sincerely appreciate that the council took our concerns seriously and agendized this item. I do have some questions about the report that was given tonight, and as the gentleman stated, we first were going to question the number 7, which was in the original agenda item, and then it was up to 15. But I think this is a vastly understated number. We have a grave vacancy issue in our city, but it's more than just vacancy. And we need to be really aware that there is a concerted and strategic campaign to purchase homes in our city with no intent to live in these homes, whether it's a renting situation or whether, as Councilman Cappadocia has said about not caring if there's a fine attached or taking care of the property. We are losing the dynamics in our neighborhood. You know, we have talked a lot amongst ourselves. We're deeply troubled about targeting any one group. And that is not the intention, and I just want to reiterate again, this is really about hollowing out our neighborhoods. And we want a diverse neighborhood. We want neighbors. We want people who are different than we are, but we don't want people who are only here to use our neighborhood as an investment opportunity and not be here. The very things that are most important about Sierra Madre are the fact that we have neighbors, that we have people that we know, that when things happen, we know whose door to knock on, and we know people by name, and we report problems to our neighbors, not to the city council. If we have a neighborhood that we no longer can actually talk to our neighbors, but we have to talk to you to help us resolve issues in our neighborhoods, we have lost the very fabric of what makes Sierra Madre special. So I would say thank you for agendizing this. It's not enough. Vacancy is not just the only issue that we're talking about here, and I really urge you to go further.
My name is Steve Schilling. I live at 633 West Allegria. The issue identified here is certainly not broad enough, okay? We're looking at what might even be considered a takeover of the community. And I don't mean to over-dramatize this, but we're looking at a serious issue. Not at homes that might not have their lawns mowed or that trees are falling down. We're looking at homes that are kept, but nobody moves in. I want you to appreciate the irony of this offshore investing that's going on in our town. Those who immigrate here with foreign money employ the laws of our country to protect these purchases. There are certainly ordinances and laws against housing discrimination, and this is certainly how it should be. But bigotry has no place here in this city or in this country. However, it is the citizens of another country who are using our laws to protect their investments into the housing markets here at Sierra Madre. So where are the realtors who recognize that this practice has been orchestrated and that it continues to flourish as more and more homes are purchased? They are reluctant to step forward, okay, lest they be branded as bigots who do not want to sell to foreign interests. Their business could suffer if they were painted with that brush, and I've discussed this situation with real estate agents of some repute in San Marino, Arcadia, and here in Sierra Madre. You will not hear from them on this issue, and they will not step forward at these meetings. So let's take a look at what's going on at our two neighbors, okay? San Marino and Arcadia. The City Council of San Marino, with its 37% vacancy rate, is now developing a registration ordinance for homes that are not being lived in. This, so owners can be identified and contacted if problems develop at the site. This is a start for a city which now realizes that the horse has already left the barn. The Arcadia City Council voted 5-0 last spring to finally limit the size of the obscene mansions, which have already changed the landscape of that city. This ordinance became effective on May 20th, but again, the horse is gone from that barn as well. So since Arcadia has finally stood up to the building insanity there, the investors are now looking for new townships to park their money. Why not Sierra Madre? Why not indeed? All the things we love about our township make it attractive to those who won't appreciate these intangibles, but who know that their money will grow if they purchase here. The issue is easy to identify, but what might we do about it? Let me just offer some possibilities. Number one, streets and neighborhoods in our city should consider forming HOAs, which would place certain requirements on the owners of all homes on the block, e.g. property maintenance rules, and for sure, attendance at the meetings, at HOA meetings, by the owners. The power of an HOA offers more than just a single resentful voice. Two, the city should require full immediate disclosures on the LLCs which purchase the homes. Who really owns these houses? Like San Marino, we should require a vacancy registration. How do we reach the property owners? Who do we talk to when problems exist at the homes that remain fallow? enforcing a limit on length of time a home can remain vacant. 5, increased oversight of the city's planning commission. Property owners who apply for a permit for minor construction, then build a second garage or a backyard cottage must be identified and their illegal activity should be terminated. 6, a citizen committee for planning oversight could be created under the city council's auspices to identify and seek remedies for home vacancies. Residents of Sierra Madre should be involved in attempting to find solutions for the very real and nefarious problem that threatens the character of our neighborhoods. And finally, city officials and citizens should attempt to reach out to pivotal characters in the immigrant community. Reasons need to be presented why this practice must stop. Appeals should be made to the human and emotional side of the investors, and a harmonious fix should be explored together. The residents of our block are really not political animals. We typically have involved ourselves in city business, and that's probably been a mistake. But we do know how to identify something that's going on that is simply not right or is not fair. We're reminded every day on West Alegria Avenue that our neighborhood is changing, and we want this to stop. We're becoming angry and resentful that this investment practice is proceeding unchecked, and we want to do our part to help ensure that it ceases. We would like to become a part of the city that says this takeover is not going to happen in Sierra Madre.
Good evening. My name is Becca Vodnoy, and I also live on West Alegria Avenue. Safety and community are two of the issues that I would like to discuss further with you tonight. As a working mom of two, those are my top 2 reasons why my husband and I moved here from a neighboring city and bought a home in Sierra Madre. And I think that we can all agree that safety and community are the top reasons why the value of our homes in Sierra Madre remains strong and consistent during economic downturns. First, let's discuss our community. We, the people of this town, have created a community where we look out for each other's homes while on vacation. Our kids can safely play outside with other neighbor kids. We have high participation at events, concerts, and other community events. As we look forward 5 years from now, how does this change? Who participates in neighborhood watch meetings? Will we have people running down to support our local police officers with buying pink patches? Will we have less attendance at the fireman's pancake breakfast? And overall less participation with all the great events and opportunities that drive revenue straight into this town and make this a community. Will our schools have lower enrollment? Will people donate their time and money in the same way they do today? Will our housing prices start to decline? Next, I want to discuss how safety has impacted our street and these vacancies. Not only do vacant homes create eyesores, rodent, messy issues for us that live in our homes, but it also creates safety issues. Increases of strange vehicles driving by and watching our street to see who's around. Most recently, I was leaving for work, saw a suspicious van parked outside of 2 of our vacant homes. I went back in the house, waited 10 minutes, came back out, still there, drove around the block, waited 5 minutes, came back, and asked them why they were there. Had no answer and left. This is where people like me, an invested community member, participate in Neighborhood Watch. Vacant homes also attract squatters, homeless, and drug use. Will we continue to hold the position of the 9th safest city in California with the rising vacancies? Lastly, after speaking with a handful of realtors, we gathered some intel of what they've encountered in working with offshore investors. Here are a few of the collected thoughts. They make it hard to contact so they are not bothered with maintenance, safety, and appearance issues. If you dedicate the time and effort to get a hold of the LLC or the owner, they will respond with, "Bear with us, we're working with an architect. We have plans to make this a beautiful property, but the city is taking times." These are all said to get neighbors off their back while houses go on with dead lawns, overgrown landscapes, stagnant water, and rodent issues. They have no intention of ever living in these homes, and they remain vacant for months and sometimes years. Again, we are here because we love our community and want to see our city thrive for years to come.
Hi,
Hi, everybody. My name is Joy Painter, and these are my neighbors. I live at 640 West Allegria. And I just had prepared my comments because I don't speak off the cuff as well as other people that I'm with. So I think some people who may be watching or listening tonight may believe that the problems we're describing are irrelevant or we're blowing them out of proportion. I think that what's happening on our street is happening around town or has the great potential to happen around town. I personally don't care if your grass is dead, your house is painted rainbow colors, or you're hanging your laundry out in the sun. I do care about overgrown, dead trees collapsing across property lines, hoarder houses full of mice and rats, and the complete inability to address these issues with a person because nobody is ever home because they don't live there. Cities across the U.S. developed vacant property registration ordinances, VPROs, as the city manager described, in the early 2000s to address the problem of abandoned and foreclosed homes. We all remember the images of new but deserted housing developments. Now we have deserted, vacant homes dotted around our town. There is no way that there are just 7. I'm glad that the number is growing. And I also think that we can't necessarily rely on people reporting these things. I mean, all you have to do is walk around and ask questions. Back to my notes. VPROs work just as well to identify and have expectations of houses that are intentionally vacant. There are examples of cities across California. I know in 2013 there were about 100 using vacant property registration ordinances to do exactly this. I urge council to, at least as a start, investigate VPROs as a way of partly combating this problem. Thank you.
Good evening, Council. I'm Bruce Jones, and I live at 662 West Allegria, and that is next door to 670 West Allegria, which we've talked about. I would also like to mention, if staff has not included 678 West Allegria on their list, that they please do so. That house has been vacant for 4 years. Now, I'd just like to lay out a specific case for myself and for our neighbors that I have lived next to 670 now for almost 36 years, and it has undergone a slow deterioration, but the curve has really gone over the edge since the property was probated and sold. And I have talked directly to the owner and have been told that there are big plans and some really good things are going to happen. We actually started the complaint process in 2014. Now, my concern is fire. I served on the Sierra Madre Fire Department in the late 70s and early 80s, and I've been on a brush fire or two. I've also seen 2 brush fires go behind the monastery, and I don't have to tell you about what's been in the news lately. So my concern is fire. Now, in 2014, when I contacted the city about this property, I had a personal conversation with the fire marshal, who I'd known actually since my days on the department, and was told, we can only do something about what we see from the street. So maybe you could look into that. Most of what is happening to the property for me is the back 2/3, which is not available, not viewable from the street, but is still a very dangerous thing. I talked to the owner not too long ago. Greg Silva's seen the property, and she assured me that that proper mitigation was made for fire. And I just asked her if she had ever seen a palm tree burn, and she had not seen a palm tree burn. I have, and the best way to describe them is sparklers. I have 2 overgrown palm trees in the backyard, not visible from the street, that have huge beards of fronds, and they're about 8 feet from my property. Basically, if this thing goes up and 678 goes up, I'm going to go up too. But getting back to the appearance, I noticed that Councilperson Capocio was questioning, well, how do you determine diminution of enjoyment? I certainly invite any of the council to come to my home and come out in my back deck and take a look at what we've been looking for a good 4 to 6 years. Just recently, we had a branch from the neighbor's tree fall and tear up a bunch of new gutters and some stuff on the corner of my garage. So there has been damage, actual damage to my property. In terms of staff reports, and I'll try to keep this short, I think Title VIII has everything in it that we need to mitigate the problem. What needs to happen is we need to enforce the laws we have. Now, I took a second career with City of Pasadena, and we had volunteer code compliance officers. And they went around and identified code compliance issues. And we have a lot of eyes and ears here in the city. We have a police department, we have a fire department, and back in my day, it was all volunteer. I think it's partially volunteer now. We would drive around in a fire truck and look at violations, property that were a fire danger. So there are eyes and ears that you guys can use, not just your one and only code enforcement officer, who has done a great job, by the way. And also Ross before him did a wonderful job for us. So my thing is go ahead and add another layer if you wish for registration. I don't see how that's going to do any good. But let's take Title VIII and find a way to enforce it. And I do, if I'm not mistaken, that firefighters can trespass on a property if they feel there is a hazard. I may be wrong. And I would invite anybody on city staff, police, fire, to come and take a look and see what I've been living with in terms of diminution of enjoyment. We can't sell because of the condition of the property next door. And we've really become so weary of this whole thing that we are considering moving, but we're stuck. So that's it for me. And I hope to see you guys at our place sometime.
Thank you, Mr. Jones.
Hey, Barbara Lee. Sitting back here listening, my first thought was safety. I thought, why don't some of these houses that have the spas or the swimming pools register with the fire department and have a master lock? Because God forbid if a child goes missing and they're found at the bottom of that pool or that spa that hasn't been drained. How do we know? No one's at home. So I heard a couple times tonight, put some teeth into it. And it sounds to me that maybe a real estate agent or attorney and our attorney can do some lots of work and come up with a really strong ordinance, something along the lines of, if a house is vacant, that determines the number of days before you can apply for bulldozing or a CPU or a build out, something to do with development. If you want to have a vacant house, that pushes you back much further from the time that you can do anything to that property. If the water's turned off, $1,000 a day until that water's turned back on. There's no amount of money that you can't go ahead and put onto that vacant home owner. So it just sounds like a real estate attorney can do the do's and don'ts of how far a city can push the envelope. But I think new ordinances, we can put a lot of good teeth into it. If you want to live across the world but own property, you still need to be responsible. Send someone there to live, but have someone there. Otherwise, a big fine every day seems to do the trick for most people.
I have just one more sentence and I'll be quiet. Is there a possibility that we can enlist county resources And I'm thinking vector control, and I'm not familiar enough with what the county has in store who could help us with these properties. I just wanted to suggest it. And I was thinking, when I was listening with interest on the stormwater mitigation, that might solve the problem with the raccoons that live in our storm drain. You never know. Okay.
Maybe. Other public comment? Okay. Let's bring this back to our council.
I'll go ahead and speak first since I did have the opportunity to speak with the neighbors in Alegria way back months ago. So thank you for having me, and I'm glad we were able to have a discussion here at this level with my fellow colleagues. First and foremost, I'd like us to see how we can move forward on the vacant property registration ordinance, however we want to term that. I think that's a low-hanging fruit. I think that's something that we can definitely do. I know there will be issues in terms of how we are going to enforce that. I like the idea of volunteer code enforcement folks in town. We did that with our water when we were going through our conservation issues, and we had folks that went around town doing that. We are limited in our resources in terms of what code enforcement themselves can do or he can do, but I think that's a great option. I also like the idea of revisiting our Title VIII to see how we can address some of the issues that Councilmember Capocha brought up, and also some of the recommendations that folks here brought up. Would that go to, who would?
Planning Commission.
Oh, planning.
Both
Okay.
of those items.
Okay, so to planning. You know, I think there are a lot of great ideas. I just don't know what exactly is within our jurisdiction as a city, as what we can enforce and what kinds of laws and regulations. I don't know of whether we can say you can't buy a house here and no one can live in it. I don't know if there's anything that says that we can't do it or that we can do it. I'm just very doubtful on it, and I don't know if Madam City Attorney has any insight on that, or Madam City Manager, if you can comment on those. But anything that's within our jurisdiction that we can address, you know, I'd definitely be happy to do that. And I think the low-hanging fruit are see how we can look at the vacant property registration, and looking at asking folks. It sounds like we may have some volunteers to do some code enforcement. And it'll just be important, I think, to message also to residents throughout town, is to say, if you do see these issues, and if especially if we have this registration in place, if you can report that in. I don't necessarily know if that's something that people know they can report in, or think, why would it matter if I report it in? It just so happens in Alegria you have a high number of those, and so it very well could be more than 15 homes in town, and I'm sure the number is a lot higher, but it is going to be a matter of residents actually reporting that in, because otherwise staff, city council wouldn't have that type of information. So I wrote down other notes. I did want to highlight, though, I know that Mr. Schilling, you did refer to what Arcadia did in terms of development. I actually think we were before them, weren't we?
Before them, and we're
Way
also
before them.
much more stringent than them.
Much more stringent on it. I think that was one of our first issues that we tackled when 3 new council members came on board. And we were very proud of that fact, because that really was an issue, a concern that residents came forward saying, we got to tackle this before it gets to like in Arcadia. So I wanted to let you know that that's already in place, and again, a lot more stringent if you want to take a look at our codes and ordinances. So I think I covered most of those items, but I'll probably comment again if there's anything else that our fellow council members want to comment on. Oh, and actually, the question about whether is there something where we can say, or does it exist anywhere else in regulation or code, whether someone has to live in the home? And again, there may not be something you can point to that says you can't do that, but I would just like to hear some feedback on that issue.
There is nothing we can do to prevent someone from purchasing a home and then renting it to someone, or purchasing a home and not living in it. The real question is, the real issue, I think, is how is the property being maintained? Is it being maintained in such a manner that it presents a public nuisance? And what we can do is beef up or be more specific about some of the provisions under Title VIII. In particular, we have a section called property maintenance and when that standard approaches a public nuisance. And it's a very broad description because I believe at the time that it was drafted, it was trying to cast a fairly wide net. But we could be much more specific about the types of things that have to be done to maintain a property. But remember, when you do that, it applies to everyone.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
There was a question too about bringing in county resources. We absolutely do that. Vector control, we will contact the health department because we don't have our own city health department. There have been issues where houses they're lived in and don't have hot water, for example. That's a health violation. So we do bring in county resources. Our code enforcement officer has those contacts, and we do call them in for things that we don't handle that the county handles. Vector control, the rodents, mosquitoes, and also the health department issues.
I can go. In the question, I think there's a pending question out there. I'll probably be in the minority on this, but I'll just say my piece. I think that there's clearly an issue on West Allegria. I mean, I think it's clear from the speakers that there's a house or a few houses that are probably, if not a nuisance now, they've been a nuisance for a while. And I hope that we as a city can address it. I think that, we've heard some conflicting things, and that's why I'm struggling with this issue. We've heard that the issue is we have these abandoned houses and they're fire hazards, and there's things that aren't being done, like watering trees, and there's rats and infestation. And I think that if you looked at, I think it's 670 West Allegra, clearly, I mean, there's some real issues there. The problem is then that you hear from others on the street that say, well, look, the issue isn't that the houses aren't kept. The houses are kept, they're just abandoned. Mm-hmm. And then that gets interlaced with foreign investment and fabric of our community. And the more and more you hear that, the more and more it rings of an undertone of racism. I'm not saying that that is the point here or that's why this is on the agenda, but we have to be, I think, very careful here in what we do, because we don't want to be seen as targeting certain communities. That being said, I think what we have, in our code is sufficient. I just think it needs to be enforced. And I think that the last speaker, Mr. Johnson, I think his name was, hit the nail on the head. I think that we have everything we need. We, because of budget shortfalls and lack of resources, haven't been able to do as much code enforcement as we'd probably like. Now, to the extent there are houses in the city, and I'm sure they're out there, they've been here since I've lived here, since I was a kid. There's always been houses that just are unkept, and people, this is a very blue-collar town. When I was here, now it's a lot more white-collar, but a lot of people just didn't have the money to do a lot of stuff with their house, and, fences would fall down, and things would get overgrown, and I knew who they were, and they were there, and, they had 6, 7 kids, and it was hard for them to maintain their property. And that was just kind of how Sierra Madre was, and still there are plenty of houses that are still like that. I think it really comes down to, do we have the resources to, get code enforcement out there and make sure people are doing what they're doing? To the extent there are, quote unquote, foreign investors that we can't get a hold of, look, I don't think we want to become the town that starts sending in police officers and firefighters and paramedics, or volunteers for that matter, onto property lines, looking into windows, knocking down doors, and trying to identify every single person that has ever entered that house or who might have an ownership stake. I just don't think that, quite frankly, that's who we are as a city. I think we enjoy privacy. I think we enjoy private property rights, and I think that we have, as a community throughout history, have been very, very careful of protecting property rights. And I don't think that we should throw that out the window necessarily because we have people, quote unquote, foreign investors moving into our town or buying property that we frankly don't like on a personal level. So I think we need to be extremely careful here. I don't think that I wouldn't be in favor of doing the registry of the vacant lots. I just don't think that it's enough of an issue to do that. I would contemplate, some language modifications, but again, I think the language is pretty sufficient in my eyes. It comes down to really enforcing it. Right now, we have criminal liability hanging over these property owners' heads. I mean, they could be subject to misdemeanors and 6 months in jail. I'm not sure how much harsher you can get. The question is, do we have the resolve to actually take those steps? So if we think that throwing someone in jail for 6 months and fining them $1,000 isn't enough, then we can have that conversation. I think that it is enough, and the question is, do we want to invest resources in actually enforcing it? And again, I think on West Allegra there are probably numerous houses that need to be addressed, and I'm sure in different parts of town that's the truth too. I just think we need to really separate the issues here. Are there going to be people that don't necessarily look like you and talk like you and might come from a different culture that move into town? Yeah. And I think that that's something that, I think is the beauty of this country. But that is completely separate than, is someone not maintaining their property that's causing a public safety hazard? So, I'll leave it at that, but I'm not quite sure. I don't think this is that pressing of an issue, quite frankly.
A concern I have is that it even regardless of how we see the issue today, is there potential for it to get worse? I was shocked at the number that Mrs. Painter pointed out with San Marino. I mean, could that be true, 37%?
I don't know. We don't know.
Okay. But we're starting to see a trend, and that's my concern. So I thought maybe that the registration program, at first, I didn't think that was necessary, but I'm starting to think differently about it now. If only to send a signal to buyers, we're not going to prevent anybody of any kind of ethnicity or background from making investments, but just to make sure that when an investment is made in a property in Sierra Madre, that's factored into the decision that we require you to maintain that property up to standard, because it does have an impact on the neighborhood, and I really do sympathize with what some of the folks on East Allegria are saying, because it's not just East Allegria also. I mean, I have a good friend that has a problem next to her, or West Allegria. So I'm thinking that it might be a good idea to implement a registration process. And as part of that registration, if say 90 days go by and we see that it's vacant, we contact the owner and ask them to register or force them to register. And also with that registration, maybe file a maintenance plan of how they're going to maintain the property. I mean, I just think that's fair, because I've seen this already on several properties in Sierra Madre. On Laurel, there's another one that's has a fence, a construction fence around it. I think that fence has been there for years. That's horrible.
Laurel and where?
It's just west of Mountain Trail, I think, or either east or west on the south side of the street.
Okay.
So then, again, a concern that I have from a friend that lives on East Allegria, that property has been vacant for a couple of years too. And the problem now is that trees are dying on it. And that is potentially a historic home. So I'd like to see that additional language be put in here, a little bit more stringent for historic homes, to maybe force a historic survey if the home is vacant. Because again, if another couple of years goes by, you get to the point where you can't protect the home anymore. So I'd really like to see us pursue that. I mean, maybe that after a discussion with the Planning Commission, if we look at the possible benefits and we look at the others that have implemented these VPROs, I'm pleased there's an acronym that makes it legitimate now. So just to see what other cities have done and how effective it's been, maybe we should take a look at that. But, really, I agree with Councilmember Harabedian. We don't want to be too intrusive, but really, if there is a lot of neglect, I think we should find a way to force an inspection to make sure that there are no fire hazards. So I am in favor of tightening up the language a little bit to see what we can do and to possibly implement these VPROs, again, if nothing else, to send a signal to investors that before you buy this, understand it's the city of Sierra Madre is not going to tolerate these houses being left unmaintained or in disrepair. I am concerned, though, if we go too far with this, you impose on neighbors. I mean, we had living next to us for the first 20 years we lived there. That house was in continual disrepair. We kind of got used to it, but I mean, it's not something you really want to impose on families that live there, so we have to be careful about that. But okay, so I'm in favor of tightening this up and looking into VPROs and see if we can implement that, and put a provision in there to protect historic homes and trees on the property.
Okay, Councilmember Del Mar, would you like to comment?
Yes, I would. I agree with everything that's been said. I do think there are two distinct issues. I think we have the issues of the homes that are being purchased as investment, that are being maintained, and the homes that are being left vacant, not maintained. And I think, and from what I hear, we really don't have any jurisdiction on those homes that are being maintained, but we certainly can tighten up our enforcement to make sure that the homes that are not maintained do get the attention they need so that we don't run the risk of infestation or fire, like the neighbor said. But again, I'm hearing two different situations. And one of the situations is that really as a jurisdiction, as a city, we have nothing that we can do about that. We can't restrict people from buying homes. I mean, this is America. I also, one of the things that I keep thinking about are homes that people use as like vacation homes that they have. Maybe they come out for the summer or the weekend. We didn't address any homes like that are not lived in all the time. Quite frankly, I feel like I don't live in my home anymore because I'm not there all the time. But, so. But I really do. We've hired a full-time code enforcement officer, so that should really help with the code enforcement, getting that. But we need to tighten things up and make sure that the homes are maintained throughout Sierra Madre. And I would go with whatever's being recommended. I agree with everybody.
Okay, so I'll jump in here. I like pretty much everything you said, Councilmember Del Mar. Agree with you that it is America. We can't tell people they can't buy homes in our city. Unless the federal government changes the rules with international commerce, people can buy homes who live outside of our country, whether we like that or not. That's just the way it is, and we don't have jurisdiction. But we certainly ought to be concerned about public health and safety, and everything that has been testified here tells me that you have a vermin problem, you have a fire problem, and you just have an issue of unsightly and issues that probably diminish people's property values, and I think that's clearly within the purview of our city to do something about. I think the vacant property registration program would have some use in this sense. If the fee was large enough and the fines were large enough, it would tell anybody who's thinking of, and I'm sure it's not people just from China or some place across the Pacific, I'm sure there's lots of people who'd like to buy a house here and not live here or come here for a few months out of every year, maybe snowbirds up in Alaska or Canada. So I think by having this, we would be signaling to them, hey, if you want to do that, there's going to be responsibility attached to it that maybe you weren't expecting, and it might cost you significantly if you don't pay up or keep with those responsibilities. You know, how we word that, I'm not sure. I think this is okay. I don't know, frankly, though. I mean, if you look at the value of the properties in this city, it's getting crazy. I mean, you've got people buying, you know, 3-bedroom homes for over $1 million. So what kind of fine, what kind of fee can we put on and attach to a vacant property registration program is going to keep someone, oh, wait a minute, I can't buy that house because it's got too big of a fee. I mean, to some extent, there's probably not a practical way we can deter the people who want to really utilize our homes as investments. But I think it's worth a shot. We might be able to deter some. I think the fees and fines here are kind of not adequate for that purpose, what I see here. I mean, and I would like to talk about the code enforcement for a minute. There are probably a dozen palm trees in my neighborhood that need to be pruned, that are probably all rat issues, and they're all on properties that are otherwise well kept by very responsible people. So I think going to Councilmember Harabedian's point of view, I think we have to be very careful how we're perceived here. We don't want to be we don't want to be nosing around people's property. On the other hand, if our fire department and our code enforcement officers are empowered to see a tree, and they know that it's a fire hazard, they know that it's possibly infested with vermin, then I think we need to send a clear message to them to get out and get that job done. And I think now that we have a code enforcement officer full-time, which we just paid for in our last meeting, right?
Just to minor details, we're currently recruiting for a full-time.
Right. Okay,
We
so
still
we're
just
not there
have
yet.
funding. We're not there yet.
But I think, and also this idea of a volunteer patrol worked well, at least for the time being, when we were doing water landscaping, water landscape. Well, and I'm getting.
Made a lot of people mad.
Well, it made a lot of people mad, but you know, we had to conserve water too. So I'm not exactly sure what we want to end up with. I think we can do something here that involves this registration program. But I really want to get, I don't think we have to act, really, do we, to get the code enforcement and to get the fire department out there?
No, we're currently enforcing our codes. I think one of the consistent comments, and I thank the residents for mentioning this, when you contact code enforcement, the serious issues, those always go to the front of the line. Vermin's, you know, people, unsecured properties, those always move to the top priority.
Not to be argumentative, but what about Mr. Jones's example? It seems like that wasn't getting done.
No, it does get done. The problem is they'll fix it. We'll respond. They'll do whatever it is that was wrong at that moment. 30 days later, it's back again. It's in disrepair again. The weeds are tall again. The buildings are unsecured. So we respond, except for, I think it is Director Gonzalez gave the statistic, and it's accurate. Out of 15 vacancies that we're following up on, only 2 have we do come across situations where property owners just absolutely refuse to cooperate. We've never had a problem finding who the responsible party is, but we occasionally come across someone who is just ignoring us. You go through the fines. We need to start looking at prosecuting them in the courts, et cetera, to ratchet it up. But we do, like I said, we do. The problem is, and this is where I think the maintenance program would come in handy, they'll have to give us a maintenance schedule so that we don't end up in situations where today the rats are taken care of by a pest company, but 30 days later they're back again, and we don't know the rats are back again. The residents call us, and we have to go back out there because the rats are back again. One of the things with vacancies, and I do think this really does have to be called into staff. There are vacancies that there's no way for us to know are vacant. There are homes, and I hate to say this, that look like they're vacant and they're not. It runs the gamut, so it really is going to take people who live next door to a home where they see no one is ever in there that's going to need to report it to us. I think the amount of staff level that would be required to patrol every city on this street, knock on the door, peek in windows to see if it's vacant would be excessive, and I do think you would get a great amount of backlash from that.
The one other comment that I got from one of the people testifying here is that the community's being hollowed out, and I think that sounds like it is in West Allegria, and it sounds like it could be in other parts of the city. And I don't think what we have here in front of us tonight can address that, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't just keep discussing it. Because if we get to 37%, as even San Marino, that's a real problem. I mean, that's a real problem in many different ways. I don't think we're prepared to do much about that tonight, but if the vacant property registration program has some success as a deterrent, we might be able to have fewer people consider it.
Can I make one more point? I mean, eventually these properties, I mean, it does no investor any good whatsoever to buy a home and leave it there forever. Eventually they're going to be sold or moved into. What we want to do is encourage it to happen a little quicker, you know, so that it becomes a neighborhood. So that's why I'm thinking that, again, just sending the signal and imposing certain things to make sure that there is not a penalty or a cost to an investor so that they get on with the process, you know? Get this wrapped up so somebody can move in and be part of the neighborhood.
So what do you think?
Well, I think we need to look at, I want to understand more about these VPROs. I want to see if we can even can we force inspections on vacant properties. I think we ought to look at volunteer code compliance officers, if that's possible. I'd like to hear later after staff looks at that, what can we do? Is that even practical here? Require a maintenance and inspection plan. I think we need to take some steps to protect historic properties and steps to protect significant trees on a property.
Are we allowed to take any additional public comment?
That's your call.
That's your call, Mr. Mayor.
Well, I've got two people with hands up, so I'd like to have you.
If I could just mention
second.
what we can, because it's come up quite a bit, and I just want to address this question. The city attorney can respond if she has additional information. The truth is, staff cannot step on private property other than, you know, knocking on the front door, unless we're allowed to. There is a process to go to court, to get inspection warrants, to get, you know, the authorization, abatement warrants. It's a legal process. We've done it. We have done it. But I just want to address, people have to voluntarily let us pass the front door. And there has to be, you know, to get the warrants, there has to be good probable cause to go to the court, for the court to issue that inspection warrant.
Right?
It's time consuming, and it takes some time and some, you know, cost, but it's things that we have experience doing because we've had to do that in the past. But some folks tend to think because we're the city, we can just say, you know, let us through your house and into your backyard because X, Y, Z, and we really can't. We're limited in that. We just can't.
Okay. Mr. Arndt, you've had your hand up a long time. Please come up to the mic. And then Mr. Eusebian after him.
Do you have any method or form that you could hand to the real estate agents, realtors in the area, and say, when you're selling a house in Sierra Madre, hand this to the owner that says you need to do the following things on an ongoing basis?
I think that would be the product of what we're talking about right now. That would be a form that
Right
they
up
would be.
front.
Mhm.
And make it the realtor's responsibility, and then when the realtor has done that, have a mechanism for the realtor then to let you know that it's been done.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Well, I'd like to say this from what I heard. I don't think that these people have a prejudice against foreigners.
Thank you very much.
What I hear them saying is that what they notice is a pattern in their neighborhood of someone buying the property and doing nothing about it, and what they're finding out is that it's foreign investors. But here's the important issue, is that it's these abandoned places that are unoccupied are making them feel really uncomfortable. And it's affecting their living And this gentleman is giving clear, specific examples of how he is to the point where he's thought of leaving. That you don't give people, you should not give whoever these investors are, I don't care if, who they are, if they come in and buy a piece of property and they don't take care of it, you don't give them leeway. And I also think this shouldn't be our problem. There must be a precedent, there must be a history of problems like this that other cities have had to deal with. And what is that? What is what they have done? And let's go by what they have done and what the law has allowed them to do, instead of speculating and worrying about what someone might do. If we know, and then what you have to do is, when you know what Sierra Madre can legally do, then you formulate a plan and you start doing it. And you don't wait. You start acting on it once you know what you legally can do. For example, right on the northwest corner of Sierra Madre Boulevard and Mountain Trail, there's a home, a big 2-story home that has a red flamingo in the front yard. What the owner, who used to be the parade guy, the float guy, he passed away. No one has taken care of that property. And the streetway is just full of weeds. And you go, and there's a fence, they finally repaired the fence, and then the grass, there's just weeds this high, in the front yard. Well, that's a fire hazard. And that's also a neglect and an eyesore. Right, city manager? I see you going like that. Am I correct?
Sorry, I'm just talking to city
Okay. Were you listening to what I was saying? Yes, I was. Okay. So, what is the city's right to see that? Because every time anybody goes by it, I go by it all the time, and it's a blight. It's an eyesore, and it's right there in the middle of our city. And for the city and for its for its good people who live there, enjoy living there, it's wrong. It's wrong for them to have to bear the burden of someone's inattention. I know I got to stop for you.
Yeah, your 3 minutes are up.
But
Can you wrap up your ideas?
Understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
So I understand they're not. It's a pattern that they see, and it's really upsetting them and making their living experience not good. And they're our citizens. They are our citizens.
Thank you.
We are absolutely insulted by that comment, all right, where you say.
Did I mean?
No.
Hold on.
You can go ahead and say.
Please. You can come to the podium, but I want to keep order in the meeting.
I'll be really quick. I just wanted to say, well, I don't know if I'll say exactly what you say, but I wanted to say that I am a foreigner, and I'm very happy to be here, but this is happening in the international cities around the world. Vancouver, British Columbia, my hometown, Auckland, New Zealand, Melbourne, Australia, London, England. These are issues that big cities are addressing too, and this is a small town, but we can certainly look to the way that this is being addressed in those cities as a way forward for our little community. So, thank you.
Mrs. Painter, Mrs. Joy, quick question. Do you have any knowledge of the situation in Vancouver that you could share documents or any information with our staff?
All over the newspapers. I mean,
Okay.
it's been written about in the New York Times.
Okay.
It's big news in Canada.
So
Because
a Google
nobody-
search would get it up?
Easily,
Okay.
Easily.
This will be quick, I promise. Back to the palm trees. I should mention I also, now that I've retired, I volunteer for LA County Fire Department, so I do see a lot of fires. Don't fight them, just take pictures of them. But we recently had a fire in San Bernardino. It was very quick. It was a flashy grass fire, and within a matter of minutes, 12 homes had burned. And part of what happened is several of those homes had palm trees. Palm trees blew up, took out a neighborhood. So, yeah, palm trees are dangerous. That's all.
Okay. You're talking to I happen to have 8 of them on my property, so I'm not sleeping tonight. Thank you very much.
Sorry, I didn't mean to be so histrionic. But to sit here, and we have worked on this, and we have researched this, and we have talked to a lot of people, and for someone to suggest on the city council that our motivation is because we do not like people moving in that don't look like us is completely fallacious and insensitive and even obtuse, because we talked about this in our first 2 presentations. These people that bought these homes, move in. They'd make wonderful neighbors, I'm sure. So I had to say that, all right? And give it some thought, please, okay? That is not what we're after.
Okay, any other comments? Okay, so let's, this one's running long, so let's see if we can reach some kind of resolution here.
But I think staff, you have direction? Do you need a motion? Do you?
I think I would like, I don't have clear consensus. I've got one count, and we haven't heard from any further from Councilmember Delmar, but I think I've heard one council member who isn't as interested in the property maintenance inspection program. I think the majority of you are. So I think there's clear enough consensus for us to go to the Planning Commission. It's not unanimous consensus, but it's majority consensus to look further into a property maintenance inspection program. What we would do next is take it to the Planning Commission for them to discuss this, make some recommendations, bring it back to you. Nothing would get approved until it comes back to you for final approval.
So I want to be clear about this. When the question was asked about, well, can realtors hand these forms out? I'm assuming that any time a house is being shown by a realtor, whether they're a Sierra Madre realtor or not, realtors in the area would be handing these out to any buyer, no matter where they're coming from, right?
We would make it available to everybody, the
So-
sellers of the properties, to real estate, to realtors.
Because
mean,
I
we
could
would
see
make
how
it
this
available
could
to-
be abused.
The information would be provided in all the means we have to provide it to everybody involved in a sales transaction.
Because there is a sensitivity here. There are cultural issues going on here in the San Gabriel Valley, and I think it's pretty important that we come across as being concerned about vacant properties, not about the kind of people who own vacant properties, right?
Right. It's more, I have to say, it's more about making sure the sellers, our residents who sell homes, know this law exists, this registration program, because there's no, we could get a realtor from 80 miles away selling a property in Sierra Madre. Just our local realtors, they're not the only ones who sell property. So it's really getting the information to people who own property in Sierra Madre who would sell that property, where the information needs to get out to. And then I have to emphasize, it's anything we put together really isn't to control vacancies. It's to make sure that if a property is vacant, it is maintained, taken care of.
Can I just point out that whatever standards we create regarding property maintenance, and when maintenance or lack thereof becomes so lacking that it creates a public nuisance, that's going to apply to any property in Sierra Madre. It has nothing to do with whether the property is vacant or not. This is about lack of property maintenance, whether you're there or not, whether you live in the house that you own or whether you rent it to someone, whether you live there a couple weeks out of the year and somewhere else the rest of the time. So I just want to caution everyone that whatever standards we apply to try to correct a problem that's a very real and compelling problem in one area, we need to realize that is going to be the standard that applies everywhere in the city.
Right.
For all properties. The second area where I thought there might be some consensus, and I would like to verify it, is taking a close look at our Title VIII, the Property Maintenance Code section, to tighten up some of the language and make that clearer and more easily enforced by a code enforcement officer. We can look into volunteer patrols. I don't think that needs to go to the Planning Commission, and it wouldn't be an ordinance. It wouldn't be part of an ordinance.
What about this issue about I keep coming back to Mr. Jones talking about palm trees in his neighbor's backyard, that it took years for those beards to grow, and our fire department evidently didn't see them, therefore we
No,
didn't.
I have to say, in that particular instance, I do know, and I wish I had the full answer, I will get it back to you, city council members. I do know that there have been inspections done, because he was here in May. I do know that I asked the fire chief to have the fire marshal look at that property. I don't know what the end result was. When Mr. Hosefian, thought I wasn't listening earlier, I was mentioning to the city attorney, there are many situations where residents think something is a fire hazard, but there really is pretty a high threshold for the fire marshal to be able to take action on something as a fire hazard. I am not saying that that is the case for this particular address with these palm trees. I don't know. I will find out tomorrow what the end result of that inspection was. Either A, it's in the works to get it abated, or B, the fire marshal didn't think it was a fire hazard yet.
So would it be safe to say, as kind of our de facto policy, that our fire department is enforcing the law to its fullest and its most, in the most aggressive way it can?
100% correct.
Okay.
We still do, the word escapes me now, we still do maintenance, inspections, abatements, and inspections in our high fire severity areas along our hillsides. We are still patrolling, issuing notices of abatement for people to remove weeds and things that are fire hazards. That's something that our fire department does annually. When it gets towards the fire season, we still do those things, and we are very, I want to use the word, aggressive is wrong, but we're very proactive in that area, given where we're located and our heightened fire danger area we live in. So they do.
Example of the weeds that are growing up there on the Flamingo House.
I can tell you that would not be, just based on my previous experience, weeds in a front yard by themselves are not a fire hazard. I hate to say that, but just by them, now it has to be a little bit more than that and a little more than just a few inches of weeds to be considered a fire hazard.
But we can make it a property maintenance standard.
Correct.
There are two different standards here. Something that gets to the level that the fire department will address it, which, may be a palm tree with fronds that are very dried out and the bearding that happens several feet down. That may get to the point, depending on where that tree is located, that the fire department, either because it sees it or because a neighbor says, I'm really worried about that tree, might view it and say, yeah, that needs to be abated because it's a fire hazard, and then a notice would go out to the property owner, and if they don't take care of it, then the city gets a warrant, and it does the abatement itself, and then submits the bill to the property owner. If they don't pay it, it becomes a lien. That's one standard. But we're perfectly capable under the property maintenance standards to say, well, if your grass is, not, if it's higher than some particular height, then it's a public nuisance. If you have palm fronds that are hang this low, then it's a public nuisance. That's what I'm saying, is we can create much more stringent standards of maintenance to address some of the problems that we've heard tonight. We can do that, but they will be applicable to everybody throughout the town.
One thing, Madam City Manager, I just wanted to ask about when the Planning Commission goes through the vacant property registration, would a fee schedule also be researched in that so that when it comes back, or is that something?
The fee schedule would be something that would come before the city council. One other thing I want to remind folks about fees, there's a difference between fees and penalties. Fees are required by the California Constitution to reflect the cost of providing that service.
Okay.
So we would need to look at how much staff time we think it'll take to enforce this vacant property maintenance standard program, how much staff time we think it would take, how much overhead, and how many properties we think we're going to be enforcing it against to come up with a fee. So we can't.
We have no estimate now.
I have no estimate at this moment in time.
Okay.
Thanks for the clarification.
But versus penalties, Councilmember Capocha mentioned earlier that our administrative penalties may be too low. Penalties, on the other hand, council has pretty broad authority on what penalties and fines amounts should be.
Okay.
Fees, not so much fees have to be based upon the cost of providing that service that that fee is covering.
So how shall we proceed at this point?
I'm assuming the council is comfortable with the planning commission talking about property maintenance inspection programs.
Yes.
Looking at our code section on property standards. And I think those are the only two things at this point, because a volunteer program doesn't need a planning commissioner. That's something we can, after we have an ordinance, we can come up with a program for volunteers. There isn't anything really further to do on the fire hazard side of things, because the fire code is very specific to what they can enforce. So there isn't anything further on that.
If we were to do a vacant property registration, could we require a maintenance and inspection plan?
Yes.
Okay.
I think one of the things that I'm a big proponent of is you need to push so that it's to most effectively use staff's resources. You need to push the onus on the property owners. They will need to provide a schedule of when it's mowed, when it's checked for vermin, who the maintenance company is. If they have a gardener, what's that gardener's contact phone number, and how often is it going to be mowed? So we'll have a schedule of what the maintenance is supposed to be on that property. That will also send a clear message of the level of maintenance we're expecting. I don't want to, the Planning Commission is very thorough and will do a wonderful job. I have seen situations where it's required that these homes have alarm systems. I mean, it depends how far we want to go. They will have a very lively discussion and come back with something.
Okay. And then we'll have another agenda item in the future.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right.
So the two things are the commission looking at the vacant property registration program and also tightening up in our code section.
Folks, it is now 9:26, and we usually take a break about 45 minutes before this. I wanted to finish that item, so let's take a 5-minute break, and we will come right back. back to order. We'll move on now to item 4, the 2016 Senior Master Plan.
We have the Director of Library and Community Services, Ryan Baker, and I believe we also have Nina Bartoli to give this presentation.
You go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, all right, because I want to do this. All right, okay. Mayor Pro Tem, Council, tonight we have the culmination of 2 years worth of dedicated work by the Senior Master Plan Committee to identify and create new direction for services for our mature adults. This is a big project and they deserve a big round of thanks. And that's all I'm going to say. With that, Miss Nina Bartoli is in the house. She is up.
Good evening, Mayor Goss and members of the council and the city administrator. I am so pleased to be here on behalf of the Senior Plan Committee. We have worked over 2 years, meeting once a month. Sometimes we had excursions and did extra work. We didn't meet in Black August, but we met, and this was a very dedicated group of ladies. I have two of my ladies here, Pat Alcorn, who was the Community Services Commissioner, and Anita Thompson was on the committee, and Joanne Spears and Joan Spears and Joanne Thrin could not be here. And also, when we presented this to the Senior Commission, they were excited about it. And Jackie Pergola is here for this from the Senior Commission, and Joanne Williams, who is a new chair of our Senior Commission, and Fran Garbaccio is here and had to leave a little earlier. So when we presented it to them with the PowerPoint, thanks to James, they were pleased and they were anxious to get it to the City Council so that we can finally, I hope that you will adopt our 2016 Senior Master Plan. That just says just what I said, with a wonderful group of ladies, and not just us, we had staff. We had different staff working with us all the time and very proactive, and we just really, really appreciated it. The timeline of this, all of you I know got in your packet the master plan. So this is just a quick overview for you and for the audience. But the original plan was adopted in March of 2000, updated in 2007. 2014, we began this effort, and now we are giving you our 2016. The vision that we had as Sierra Madre recognizes the need to assist in providing services and amenities to enrich the quality of life, provide information and education to the support and emotional and physical needs of our mature adults. It is our goal to provide the commitment and leadership to identify their needs, assess the existing programs, develop tangible solutions, and plan for the future. This will enable mature Sierra Madreans to live in a healthy atmosphere, in a camaraderie, the security and enjoyment of this community that we call home. And so we need to identify the current and future needs of the seniors and their caregivers, identify and evaluate current services available to seniors, involve and inform the community for these matters, so that the outcome measures will inform seniors of resources and services available to them, identify steps the community should take to meet the needs and improve the quality and life for the mature, we love that, mature Sierra Madreans. Our 2016 action plan, it has 6 goals. The first goal is the seniors of Sierra Madre are safe. Our goal 2, seniors in Sierra Madre are healthy. The seniors in Sierra Madre have access to quality facilities. Goal 4, seniors in Sierra Madre have access to adequate transportation. And goal 5, seniors in Sierra Madre have access to quality physical, social, and educational activities, and the seniors in Sierra Madre are well informed. The outcomes for each goal, the action plan describes the purpose of the goal and the need for action in that area. It then provides the following for each. Desired income, a simple statement of what we hope to accomplish through this goal. Continuing actions, services, and programs that we have already provided, which were indicated by community input to be indispensable. The short-term strategies steps that should take place immediately or begin within the first 2 years of our senior master plan implementation. The long-term strategies, steps that should guide an implementation process over the next 3 to 10 years, indicators of success, results that will be tracked over time to show how well the community is achieving the desired outcome of the plan. So our sustainability, and due to the ever-changing economic impacts of the city's general fund budget, and the Senior Commission have partnered with the LA County Surplus program and has continued to raise funds to support our senior programs and services. In addition, the Commission hosts the annual community yard sale to raise additional funds. To continue the effort of becoming more self-supporting, the following items should be explored. Develop a Friends of the Senior Center with an annual membership. Explore other fundraisers, bake sales, bingo events, holiday boutique, casino night. Develop and explore grants, or continue to explore grants, and develop more volunteer opportunities. For instance, implement of a service desk of a volunteer that could be at our Hart Park House with more hours. So the 2016 senior plan recommends provide more hours and programs for seniors, ensure the Park House is open as a cooling and heating center during bad weather, improve and maximize the efficiency of transfer programs, especially expand our dial-a-ride, improve senior and handicap safety, collaborate more with the library for additional educational programs, improve communications for seniors, improve education and resource awareness for seniors, design and implement new programs, broaden appeal of senior centers and the senior programs, and improve our senior program sustainability. We are very proud of this 2016 master plan, and it's a work of a lot of people and also with staff. So I thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Bartoli. Questions from the council?
I don't know about questions, but I just, a few comments is, well, first, thank you, Chair Nina Bartoli, for that. I know you were very patient waiting through our entire agenda, but congratulations to the Master Plan Committee. I just wanted to note that I know Director Ryan probably has not had a chance to share it, but I sat as part of LA County's, there's an initiative that LA City is really trying to push right now throughout the county. It's called Purposeful Aging, an age-friendly initiative. But knowing that our resources are very limited in Sierra Madre, and there are a lot of things that are very specific to our town, I think that still would be a good resource to connect with to see how, again, you could leverage some of those resources. And then lastly, I'm still waiting for my Senior Rock t-shirt. Like, it's so overdue. You told me I was going to get one, and I still haven't gotten it. So I just wanted to put that on the record. But great job to the committee, and we look forward to supporting your efforts.
I mean, I think it's great. There's not much to add to what Nina said. I think it's, amazing job, well done. And 2 years is a long time. And it's a long plan. So well done. I think that the thing that strikes, I'm always concerned with transportation for seniors. You know, I was at Eden Canyon this weekend. I saw Bill Nelson out there, and he takes the bus to Eden Canyon when he goes and golf. So, it's just, that just struck me when I was reading this about the transportation. I always think that, Sierra Madre, if we had more resources, would have better transportation, and we've talked about this many times. But I think this is great, and it gives us as a city council a really good framework to work with. And I know that the seniors do a good job of raising their own money, but obviously, if the city had more money, we would do everything that you asked for, right? And unfortunately, the reality is that everything in here, we strive to meet each of these goals, and we will strive. And I'm sure we won't do it perfectly, right? But we'll try our best. So,
Maybe we can have a party in our storage room.
Yeah, well, hey, the story,
Finally got
that
our
was a big win.
Yeah,
That was a
it's
big win.
wonderful
That was
thing.
great.
It's a beautiful room. You got but do come and visit. I'm sure a lot of you have. You've been to the different functions of the at the senior park house, and we are lucky to do our senior, as you know, our senior excursions that we have. One reason, and you maybe have heard this, why we have the buses are full with a maximum of 50 people, because they are subsidized by the senior commission and their budget, every excursion they have. So we can have more people, more seniors, and they're not just Sierra Madres, they're all over, can go on these wonderful excursions that are planned. So we really thank our senior commission for budgeting that to their yearly budget to make it affordable for 50 people, more than 50 people every month to go different places around the community. So thank you very much.
I have a question about, the proposal to ensure that the park house is open as a cooling and heating center.
Well, I'm sorry, John.
Yeah, the recommendation to ensure that the park house is open as a cooling and heating center and during bad weather, given that we're approaching the hottest summer months here. I mean, have you discussed this with the city? I mean, how feasible, is that feasible?
I think it has been discussed, hasn't it, Jackie?
It's been discussed. There are some, for us to be an official cooling center under the county, there are certain regulations we need to meet that we do not currently meet. Now, that does not mean that we can't extend our hours. During those times, the issue that we run into currently is not having the staff to stay. So what we do is we encourage people to come to City Hall or to the library at this point in
Well, what
time.
happens on a Sunday if we get 105-degree temperatures and there's a power outage in town? What do
If
we
there's
do?
a power outage in town, and I mean, depending on the extreme, if the EOC is open, we may need to open City Hall. We may need to provide that service
So we'd
here.
have to declare an emergency?
But at this point in time, nothing occurs.
Okay. Well, just something to keep in mind then, that somebody's got to request that an emergency be declared as soon as you hear about it so that we can do something. Because otherwise, I mean, I don't. Okay, but maybe that's something we need to flesh out a little bit more with some details, yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Del Mar, would you have any questions?
No, I don't have any questions, but of course I wanted to say congratulations to the group. It's a great plan. And to echo what Councilman Harabinian said, if we had all the money, we would certainly try to get all those goals accomplished. But it does set a tone, and it does allow our city council and future city councils, when we are budgeting, to know what the priorities are for the seniors in our community. And well done, ladies. You did a great job.
Well, I'll chime in here too. I think we're going to have to still have public comment after we do questions, and we can also comment then. So I'm going to wait till I do my comments. My basic question, though, is, everything that I see here are things that I personally believe in, and I see as a growth industry in this city. We are a graying city, and so I think that you're on the cutting edge here. So the real question is, how soon will councils figure this out, and how soon will we start talking about maybe expanding the Hart Park House to a larger senior center, or things, or combining resources with other cities and providing more services for our seniors? To me, it's just a matter of time. So I think this is fantastic. Maybe you weren't quite as assertive enough. I would like to see you make a few more bolder statements about what needs to be done, what should be done, but I think all the groundwork is here, and as Councilmember Del Mar has stated, you've laid out your priorities. So next year when we sit down and do the budget, hopefully we can take this into account and make some headway. But just fantastic job. Any other questions? Let's open up to public comment. I don't know if we're going to have any tonight. Hearing none. Any final commentary?
I'd like to make one comment on just the demographic chart, which says a lot. If you look at the population by age, the 45 Well, if you just look over time, the 25 to 44, 10 years ago was 37%. It's now 23%. The age bracket 45 to 64 was 22%, is now 35%. Now, in 10 years, that 3,864 people are going to move into the next bracket, which is
That's right.
65 to 74. That entire will move over there, plus the ones that are already existing in that category. So there, as you said, this is a growth industry here in
It's a growth
Sierra
industry.
Madre. And it's also, thinking ahead about the finances, that's a challenging thought too, because of more and more people that will be retirees and may be reluctant to want to pay taxes. How do we pay for it? And that's just a question.
It's a good question.
Just a matter of note, in LA County, that purposeful aging presentation that I sat through, out of the 88 cities in LA County, I think Sierra Madre was in the top 7 or 8 cities with the highest percentage of people over 55. So,
Really?
yes, we were alarmingly different from a lot of the other cities. But just as we're looking within our own city and how we compare to the rest of the county, we really are unique in that way. So I think there's a lot of attention that we need to pay to this plan and to our residents here.
Any other comments?
I'll move to approve and adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
Those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll adopt the master plan. Congratulations, commissioners and Mr. Director. Well, I'm your new liaison. I'll be there this Thursday, right? Right? I'm the new liaison, so I'll be there this Thursday.
It was last week, Gene.
Was it last week? That was
You
the
were there.
last
You were there in
Thursday of the month.
It was last.
No, Thursday was last Thursday of the.
Yeah, they're dark in August.
Okay, oh, gotcha. All right. Okay, gotcha.
Mr. Mayor, before you start the next one, I want to just point out that it's 10 to 10 right now.
Right.
And I think it's really good to discuss the Kirsten Court. We have people in the audience that have been waiting. I'd like to propose that we talk about the master plan next time, and I'm being a little selfish about this because I started reading it and I couldn't get through it anyway, and I'd like another week or 2 weeks to look at that.
The issue with that one is Assistant City Manager Cox was the lead person, and this is her last day working for the city. So we can, do our best to present it, but we're losing the expert.
Well, look, I read.
We
the
can
plan.
do it.
I think we can do it without.
We can do it, but I'm just,
Manager Cox.
we would,
We've done a lot of master plans for different cities.
and we'll have the consultant
And they'll be
here, which I
here.
think is here.
Unless
Come back
yeah.
for a second meeting.
Oh, they've been here the whole time.
Yeah.
Well, how about we try to get through Kirsten Court and then see where we are? I don't necessarily disagree with Councilmember Capocha. I hate to bring them back.
I didn't want to rush through time, but, okay.
Well, on the advice of staff, are you, Madam City Manager, are you suggesting we should go ahead with the schedule?
It's the council's pleasure. I'm just,
Since this is your last night, I'm
her
going to
last
give our
meeting and her
Assistant
last
City
hurrah.
Manager the call here.
I am more than happy to present this evening, but the consultants are going to do the majority of the presentation, so I leave that in your purview. Public Safety Director Giannoni worked closely on this with me, so he can fill in the staff role if you would like to push it forward.
Well, I'm going to have to make the call here then, and as far as I'm concerned, we have a large number of members of the community who've been waiting here a long time, and I don't know how long this technology plan will go. So let's move Kirsten Court ahead and of the technology plan, or pardon me.
It already is. Yeah. Kirsten Court is the next one.
It is the next one.
so just move 6 and 7 to your next meeting.
Yeah, let's move 6 and 7.
That agenda's
next.
light, so that's
That's
very
what we'll have
possible to do. Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Okay.
everyone, but we can only get so much done in one night. So, item number 5, Kirsten Court renovation concept, related use of art in public places funding.
We do have Director Baker with the staff report.
Mayor Pro Tem, Council, I'm here to present to you a concept that has been brought forward by the Sierra Madre Community Foundation and other interested civic groups. It has been brought forward to the Community Services Commission, and it is in 2 parts. First is an idea to renovate Kirsten Court, and second is the possibility of utilizing the Art in Public Places funds to provide sculptures and art elements for that project. So 2-part thing there, okay? There are a few things that I'd like to point out before we move forward just here. The concept renderings that you will be seeing are concept renderings. And notice how I italicized my words there, concept renderings. These are not the final idea, nor do they show the art elements and sculptures exactly as described in the staff report, if at all. They also do not represent some of the other ideas outlined in the staff report, such as a permanent holiday tree, drought-tolerant landscaping. What you're going to see is purely the first steps of the concept. Sierra Madre Community Foundation would like to know if Council, in general, likes the direction that this is going, so just in general, and feels confident in committing Art in Public Places funds for sculptures and public art components of this project before Sierra Madre Community Foundation begins additional work on the project. So that's the thing. Second thing I'd just like you to note is that this is not the previous direction that Council gave to the Community Services Commission for Art in Public Places funds. Just want to throw that out. Community Services Commission is still working on ideas based on that Council direction. However, this is something that was presented to Community Services Commission and as a different opportunity, and it would be an appropriate use of Art in Public Places funds for sculptures and other art elements. So just throwing that out. Third, matches the needs of our Parks Master Plan, takes care of much-needed renovation of Kirsten Court, adds more seating and tables, and would give the city a bold monument sign there, all identified in our master plan. And fourth is that the costs, minus any sculpture and art elements, would be considered a donation by the Sierra Madre Community Foundation and other community groups, so there should be no impact to the general fund or any other CIP funds. There is a caveat there that though this is largely a volunteer group community project, the project would still need to be handled through public works and regular city channels, as many of the aspects of moving forward, such as environmental review, CEQA, ensuring the labor and codes are followed, following state guidelines, as well as our municipal codes, and potentially going through the public bidding process due to the anticipated dollar amount of the project would happen through public works, so there would be some staff time costs. So just throwing that out also. And with that, here are some concepts presented to staff by the Sierra Madre Community Foundation and other interested civic groups. There we go. So again, concept stage here. I think we've got a pointer I can use. Do I? How do I use a pointer? Oh, okay. So some of the elements that we've got working here, we've got a new front corner design, new retaining walls going in with new irrigation, lighting. Again, this will be drought resistant plants that will kind of resemble the landscaping that we have at City Hall. Let's see, not shown here would be like a permanent holiday tree, which was kind of thrown into as one of the ideas, and the pergola right there with additional seating and benches and whatnot. In terms of the art and sculptural elements, there's the big monument sign, which is going to be in stone and wrought iron, saying Sierra Madre, really big for anybody coming up the street there, announcing where they are. Let's see, stone benches, you kind of see here. This is in the Alu Watanabe style, and we've got those kind of there. They're a little hidden. You can advance through those. Just some different views of of what it might look like. You can keep running through those. We plan on keeping the city of Pasadena. I know they've removed it here, but that's, it's just...
Let me go home now. Let me go home.
I keep going through there. The Kirsten Court for this project will be demolished with the exception of the tower and the stained glass kiosk. So, right, those will be, these will be kept. One of the possible views of what a standing compass sculpture may look like, just again, concept time. And we'll keep running through those. And so just kind of a general idea. Again, we're only in a concept level just to see if you'd like the direction we're going with it. And then if we could move on to some of those newer slides. And for Councilmember Del Mar, my apologies. These there's going to be about 3 or 4 slides that that are hot off the press. We did not get them on your little packet there in terms of the PowerPoint that was sent to you. We just got these. So so this is an idea of what.
That's okay.
Okay, fantastic.
The city manager emailed me the changes.
Oh, fantastic! All right.
I have everything. Okay.
All right. So an idea of what one of the sculptural elements may look like. We have an inset compass here, pointing in the cardinal directions, and then those cardinal directions would have pictures of or reference different points in the city. For instance, the west could be library, right? And Sierra Vista Park could be for the east. We got the post office in the south, Mount Wilson Trail in the north. It's all are different things we've got there. This is a wayward sign. You've seen a little bit more advanced there, and we just threw up a couple of different names, but they could point to any or all city sites, such as the Ewalder Ward House or the Piney House, Wisteria Vine, or any other locations there. So that's another idea of what that might look like. Again, purely in a concept stage. And let's see, I think that hits most of those. Yeah. Oh, there's a bear. There's a bear that possibly could turn into a guy. I'm not sure. You know. I'm assuming it's iron, not chocolate. So there we go. Again, these are just purely in concept to see if you like the idea and if you think that the arts and public places funds could be used for the sculptural elements here, whether or not they're actually these sculptural elements or something similar or in a different vein, just to see if you'd be amenable to that in this location. So the estimates we have for the sculptural and art elements additions at the moment are around $27,200, give or take. The Art and Public Places Fund currently has $57,700. So the remaining amount of those funds would be about $30,500 if you committed about $27,200 as indicated in the staff report. You would still have $30,000 left over in the Art and Public Places funds. So the questions before council tonight are: do you like the concept? Again, it's purely in concept stage. And would you like to direct Community Services Commission to obtain working plans and renderings from Sierra Madre Community Foundation and other interested groups to move forward with that? And then second, would you be willing to commit an identified amount of Art and Public Places funding for the sculptural and art elements of the project? We identified about $30,000 in the report, but you could throw in a different amount there, or some combination of those two. And with that, I'll open up for questions.
How did the idea originate? Who proposed this?
To my knowledge, it was the Sierra Madre Community Foundation that came forward to the Community Services Commission and just said, hey, we'd like to do something with this. We'd like to do something with Kirsten Court.
So who has been working on? I mean, this is the first, except that I ran into Mr. Mark Meal back there, who I know did the renderings on this. And Mr. Meal, I want to just thank you for, I know you volunteered your time on this, but. Oh, okay.
If you would, that'd be
okay.
fantastic. I still haven't remembered anybody's names as of yet. So.
Well, we just met 10 minutes ago.
Yeah, exactly. There we go.
Hi, I'm Karma Bell. This all came about because as president of Civic Club, I was exploring how we could spend some surplus funds that we had. And I ended up meeting up with a couple of other group leaders, like Community Foundation, that were also interested, expressed interest in doing something in Kirsten Court. So it kind of gradually grew a little bit, and we've got other people involved. It truly would be a community project, and we're just trying to come up with a concept right now. So,
okay.
To answer your question.
Okay, well that's great because.
Excuse me, I took a bite of candy today before I came over here, and it broke my front of my tooth, so I really look like a landscaper now. Actually, Karma had come to me, and she said, well, what are we going to do with this place? The tree's broken down. Maybe we could put a tree here, or we could do something with that. And so looking around and remembering what it's like, and seeing all the people there and hanging out on stumps and tripping over them, I recalled about 25 years ago, I'd come up with a concept to take that court area and put in, actually take away the street that was going through there and build a parking lot on one side and put up kind of a European cafe type of area with tables and umbrellas, and so it'd look really nice when you drove right up into town and do a nice sign. Well, that was immediately nixed because they didn't want to lose the street going through there and kind of let it go. But that was a long, long time ago. And so when Karma came up and said, well, what can we do here? Do we put a tree in, or how do we make this nicer? I brought up that old concept, but realizing that the restaurants weren't going to put up a European type of cafe and put up umbrellas and take care of all that, saying we need shade and looking at everybody out there, we kind of all came together and came up with this thought on let's make this useful and also kind of a Mayberry-ish type look and a very mountainy look as you come in, because Sierra Madre says mountains. This is a community, a Mayberry type community, and so now bring in the arts funds, and I think we have a lot of community support and people that would be interested in doing this, and that as you drive up into Sierra Madre, this is really the first place you see it. Ought to say Sierra Madre on it. It shouldn't say old rundown. It should say Sierra Madre. So that's where we came up with it and had to identify with Karma.
So with the money for art in public places, how was this amount determined, and how does that dovetail? Because again, you had pointed out we sent the Community Service Foundation to come up with a plan to spend this money, and if I remember right, I mean, we were looking for something more monumental and lasting, durable. And I mean, certainly in Kirsten Court is a great place to locate that type of thing. So, I mean, how did you come up with the money? Why not the whole amount?
Well, if you're offering it, we can.
It's a possibility. We'll hear what everybody thinks about it, but.
I could say at the current time, we're just looking at the estimates of costs.
Microphone, please.
Oh, I'm sorry. At the current time, we were just looking at estimates of costs for a few pieces that had been proposed and talked about, and so we just did a quick estimate of those as they were to the closest extent that we could. To the closest extent that we could actually get an estimate for what was being proposed. Again, these aren't actually set in stone in terms of, and so it could be very, very different. If you are not opposed to using the art and public funds for this project, and that you think that's a good idea, but you don't want to commit a certain dollar amount at the moment, but actually want to have us come back with more finalized plans and a dollar amount attached to that, we can definitely do that. If you'd rather just say, hey, we like it and it's fitting with what our needs are, go ahead and spend X amount, we can do that too. So either one is fine, yeah.
Also, what was I don't know how much the Community Services Commission has spent on this, but how much public input have you gotten to this point? I mean,
it was just the one Community Services Commission meeting. So this came up pretty quickly, so we've moved it pretty quickly. But because it is in a concept stage, and my understanding is that Sierra Madre Community Foundation and other civic groups really don't want to put in more work on it if it's not amenable to council, if it's not the direction that you feel like it should go, or if those funds cannot be utilized for sculptural elements, then it's kind of like, why put in the extra work? So it does feel like maybe that's like cart before the horse at this particular moment, but we just wanted to make sure before extra work is done that we're going in the right direction, then you've given us the okay to take a look at what those next steps are before a lot of work is done that may not be worthwhile for doing.
Well,
that was the reasoning.
Yeah, after we go through it, I guess I'd be curious to hear what your plan is to involve the community, is what was suggested here, to get feedback from others. You might.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll be interested to see what it is too, but we'll put something together. Yeah.
Okay.
I have a question about the pergola. Why a pergola? It doesn't really provide much shade. Why not just a solid
again,
shade structure?
These are just concept, initial concept type things. And I sunburn in stripes too. So hey, that's I get you. And so it may be a pergola. It may be something else. This initially just concept ideas. If you like the idea of the renovation in general, we can look at all different kinds of options, and community input for the type of shading or the degree of shading, I'm sure will come into those discussions, and I'm sure we'll make the right decision based on everybody's community input. Just want to make sure we're going in the right direction.
I don't have any questions. Yeah, no.
Councilmember Del Mar, any questions?
I actually saw the presentation when they went to community services, and I don't have any questions. I like the plan, and no questions.
Okay, let's open this up to public comment.
Hi, Carol Canterbury, Victoria Lane. I'm also one of the directors on the Chamber of Commerce. I don't know what my official title is, but that's what they're saying. So I understand with the pergola, and they mentioned putting a Christmas tree under there. We, by an anonymous donor, he does not want to be named, has donated a $10,000 Christmas tree. And that's what was delivered in city yards. And the guy is, it's 25 feet. It is the biggest. He comes in 5 boxes, and it's just gigantic. So, and it's going, and it's politically correct, so it's a faux Christmas tree, and I'm also going to get menorahs and things like that, so I'm going to cover all our bases, and a Festivus pole. So what I was concerned is, one, we use that corner because we don't have a cherry picker all the time, right? Because sometimes the cherry picker doesn't work for our banners. We utilize that corner for banners throughout the year. And there's probably 10 different groups that use that. I wanted to make sure that it wasn't the benches, because periodically throughout the year we use it for music venues, or we use it for wisteria. So, and other groups use that. So would the benches be movable, and then will we be able to have the musicians in there too? And then, yeah, so it was the banner I need to question about. Where the Christmas tree would go, because I was envisioning actually covering that stupid stump, and putting the Christmas tree, somehow bracing it over that, and then it would cover it up, and then nobody's going to trip over it. So somehow I don't know how we're going to do that one, but so those are my concerns with how is it going to be and whatnot. And then you brought up the signs. And I know this is a sore subject, but we've been talking about it for 10 years, probably, close to 10, 8 years for sure. For businesses on East Montecito, we were going to have directional signs, saying, there was a East Montecito district. We were going to have where the different businesses are that way. We were going to have going to the west towards Bank of America on the western side, because there's about 9 businesses from Lima to Bank of America in that little alcove, and then the Glass Place, and then Taco Fiesta and Pepper Tree and stuff. So it's like we didn't, if we're going to be adding signs, can we make them useful? Because not all the signs, like you were talking about using it for the wisteria, where the wisteria vine is, that's private property. So I don't know if we can really say, we all know where the house is, but I don't know if we want to point saying, here, this is the house, and go walk by there and knock on the door. We can't do that. So we have to be careful about stuff like that. Like, I can't say there's haunted houses. You know what I mean? There's the disclosures. You can't say things like that. So that's why I think we should rethink the sign issue, and hopefully bring up for sure, East Montecito, the business district. We need that. Thank you.
Hi, Pat Alcorn on Grandview. I was on the subcommittee for the art and public places, and we did take your idea back and came up with a plan. It was a call for artists, so that we could put out a actual formal paper that would have criterion for artists to have some sort of a structure or a statue or whatever they thought would be appropriate in the Kirsten Court. That didn't get put out because this current plan came. So I was still thinking that we could do a call for artists to do some of the structure work that they either assign or whatever it would be to come into Christian Court.
Okay.
But I'm not on the commission now, so I don't know if it goes back to the commission, what their plan would be or what their ideas would be.
Barbara Lee, I keep on asking, when do we have to return that money to Kensington if we don't hurry up and do something? And I don't mean to laugh, but that's the first time I've seen that rendering, and I know the person meant well. I'm sorry, the first thing that came to me when I saw that bear with cornering the person up on top of the tree is a Wizard of Oz, where that sign, you see that sign right in the middle where the scarecrow and the sign's pointing, which way do I go? And I thought, oh my God, not in Sierra Madre. I don't know. I'm going to retract because for years I've asked that the pepper trees be replanted back in Kirsten Court. I know when I went to listen to the group putting on down at the cemetery, the historical group, they mentioned that I believe it was the Tuff family that planted the original penny trees in Kirsten Court. So there is historical value to those pepper trees that some people love, some people hate, but they've been there for 100 years. That's why now you see a couple of them that have been cut down and just left as stumps. Anyway, I've been waiting for the call of artists. My boyfriend, who is deceased, his aunt used to paint murals for Walt Disney. And so she has names that she could give if they knew where to go look and place. And if we had places called out, like the site of City Hall or the old reservoir, I think for years they talked about putting a mule train across the water reservoir up there by the cabin. I'm sorry, I'm still laughing at those renderings. I don't mean to. Neighbor stopped in and said, how about a bronze mule, deer, and a fawn? Her brother was instrumental in putting the statue in front of the Monrovia Library, or the bust. And so there are enough people around that are able to jump in and really get going in bringing art to Sierra Madre. For a while, I thought maybe the Kensington was going to open up a couple of its businesses there for the artists, such as Howard Whaling. Tried to make some calls, didn't get anything returned. His sculptures are all gone now. So forget having any history of Howard Whaling in Sierra Madre or where to put his items, they're gone. Same with Paula Randall. I don't know if the things are still down at the library. Marty Raphael. We have so many artists that have been in this town. It'd be nice to say that we're an art colony. We do have artists here. I'm still thinking of art in Sierra Madre. Even people laugh at that old spider. That was a nice spider that was in the park that someone stole. It was a bronze spider, whatever it was. But just things that are tangible, things that are seeing. I would leave Kirsten Court alone as one that also grew up here in town, because to me, that's historical. That means Sierra Madre. There aren't any other triangular areas in any other city that you go to. That just, to me, says that's Sierra Madre. I'm used to going out and getting a drink from the drinking fountain when it does work. And it's just, I don't know. I think we still have some time to have some more input if there's a place for artists to give their input and a place for the public to give their input as to what they would like to see. And I'm glad that certain groups have taken it on and given some ideas, but I would like it to be opened up to everyone, and we can have a vast majority of ideas and then sort through those. Thanks.
Hi. I know it's late. I'll be quick. Emmett McGuire, San Gabriel Court. I love this idea. I love it. Kirsten Court is iconic for our city. And I grieve the loss of the pepper trees, and the stumps are a constant reminder. And the thought of taking that wonderful triangle and turning it into a centerpiece and a place for art is just absolutely wonderful. I say do it, give them all the money you can give them, get the artist there, get some sculpture there. I love the idea of the signposts. I want one pointing toward the Sierra Madre City Council campus, City College campus, one up the street to Sierra Madre United Global Airlines Airport, certainly one to the library. You know how I feel about the library. I think it's a great idea. Please do it.
Good evening, Michelle Keith, Chair of the Sierra Madre Community Foundation. This is our idea, and I feel like there's a few things that might have been a little misconstrued by the comments. The Sierra Madre Community Foundation took the city's park master plan, and all the improvements that are being suggested tonight were in the parks master plan as things that the city would like to see done to Kirsten Court. We are obviously not trying to change the character of the triangle. That is iconic. The bell tower will remain. The existing pepper tree will remain. The kiosk and bulletin board created by the Creative Arts Group will remain. Our purpose was to make it more of a gathering place for the community to deal with the life and safety issues, the planting issues, sort of bring it into the drought-tolerant plants that we have other places. And as embarking on this project, we had already had some conversations and began conversations with other community groups. And it was at that point where we said, we heard what the council said about the community art pieces and determined that we could incorporate those into the design that we would like to gift to the city as these organizations together. So we're not looking to expend any city dollars other than asking for the contribution of the public art funds to make the art pieces part of the project. And that's all we're really trying to do. So thank you.
I just wanted to add my 2 cents. The idea for the public art is that Kirsten Court is the center of our universe. It's the center for our town. And so we start out with a directional pole, or in this case, a tree with signs on them. And that's in the center of the compass that points in the pavers, north, south, east, and west would be City Hall, probably, and east would be the pool, north and south. And then the directional pole would have all those other intangible things that are Sierra Madre. Huck Finn, that way. 4th of July Parade, that way. Little League, that way. All those things that make up our town that we can't put a finger on. But I love your suggestions of some of them. My favorite directional sign would say, nearest traffic light, that way.
Good evening, Rob Stockley, East Laurel Avenue. So I want to sort of separate the 2 questions before you. There's the aesthetic. I'm not going to talk about that. That's not in my realm. But there's also the idea of, if this is an idea the City Council likes, that recognizes Kirsten Court as the center of our town or universe, that I would encourage you to take a very broad view of the funds that are available in this restricted fund, and think of that intersection as the canvas. And you need a canvas before you have a work of art. And to take the elements as what you're willing or able to pay for sort of loses sight of that, the forest. That really what we have an opportunity to do is use those funds in a place that's going to have a lasting impact on the community. And one of the things that I think they're addressing very nicely is trying to get rid of all those curbs that are in there. It's a very uneven ground. It's not entirely useful or functional. That can be improved by grading it and laying it out a little bit differently. I love the idea of getting people involved in this aesthetic questions about the place. But I think you can make a very good case for your entire fund going into this project. And the other thing I would say to you is think about, it's 15 or 16 years we're into building up this fund, and we've been looking for ways of using it. And, you know, you've got enough people out here that each have a different idea of what it should look like. So, I mean, you're never going to get consensus. But you might at least get consensus that this is the place. This is the place we want to do something. And let's use those funds to set the table and create the space. I mean, in one of our conversations, we were talking about the Statue of Liberty. You know, it's, you know, sort of talk about iconic. But think about it, that they gave us the statue, but they didn't give us the pedestal. We had to do something to set it in place. And we have an opportunity to, you know, build the pedestal as well as, you know, go out and get the art. So I think you can make a very good case for using your entire fund if this is the project you want.
Bart Doyle, North Baldwin Avenue. I want to follow up on Mr. Stockley's comments. I specifically want to ask you to approve the staff recommendation as written in your report that basically directs the Community Services Commission to work with the Community Foundation and the other groups to get more detailed plans and costs and conduct a subsequent review. I agree with Mr. Stockley that what you have before you is based upon a preliminary design and a preliminary budget. And the number that you've been given, 27,000, is fairly restrictive reading of the ordinance, of the criteria that are set forth in the Art and Public Places Ordinance. I would argue for a more expansive reading, but I think we need the opportunity to go out and advance this both on the design standpoint, but also see if we can get the critical mass of funding that we need. We are talking about a six-figure number. Hopefully it's a low six-figure number. And we need to secure some more commitments. It would be very important if we know, for everyone, if we know that the City Council endorses the concept, and if we get through the completion of this, we get it organized, and we get public input, and I don't know if they'll come back through Community Services Commission or what. I mean, I think that's your decision. There also will be an environmental review process, which will be open to the public. So there'll be several opportunities within the process for public participation. I know everybody has their idea. My idea is that we put a plaque there in the corner indicating that this is where the body snatchers unloaded the pods in 1953. So, thank you very much.
Okay.
Any more public comment? Okay. So, bring it back to council.
Because of our timing, I'll jump in. I just want to say in concept, I do love the idea. I thank Sierra Madre Community Foundation for having those initial discussions and working with other communities. I mean, the fact that this is really homegrown from residents, from community volunteers, it makes it even that much more it just makes it that much better. So I also appreciate, thank you, Michelle, for pointing out that the master plan of the parks was reviewed, and these are items that we had identified. I will say that, yes, in general, I'd like the concept. I'd like to see how we can move forward. I think it is important, however, that we do incorporate the feedback from the community and finding other ways. I think Mr. Bart Doyle identified quite a few ways, whether it's through the Community Services Commission, but even with environmental impact, there's going to be several opportunities for input, and we can create more opportunities for input. And on the financial level, I'd be open to considering what amount we use in the public what is it called, Art in Public Places. But again, thankful that there are community organizations that are willing to put money into this. So dollar amount, I think we can talk about later. I think in concept, I want to support that and move forward. And again, the fact that it's functional, I mean, that in itself makes sense. I would say that I want to make sure the bell tower stays there. I mean, that is iconic. And on just a bare safety level, when you are thinking about the stumps, I've tripped over that many times off of the bricks.
I'm sorry. There's been an internal error. You will be disconnected.
Bye, Denise.
Bye.
And the trees, but again, I think we'll have opportunity for that later. But to be able, I think we would miss a really big opportunity to really make a difference in our city and really have impact with these dollars. So again, in concept, I want to put my support behind it.
I was going to ask Councilmember Del Mar to comment. I don't think she can now unless.
Is she there?
Are you there?
She's gone.
She's gone. So maybe someone else can.
Yeah, I'll just go quickly. You know, I was convinced by the staff presentation that this was a great idea. I'm all for it. You know, I think all the comments, reinforced it. I think that my only question was why wouldn't we spend all the money on it? So, to me, I don't think it really makes sense to spend 35 of the 50,000 or so and then have this small pot of money left over. I really think that, there's a lot of thought that's gone into this. I think we have all the right people working on it. Thankfully, it's not me. I have, I wouldn't be a good person to work on this. It sounds like we have great people working on it, and they have a very good idea as to what they're doing. So I'm very open to this idea. I like the renderings, and I'm strongly in favor of spending as much of the money as we can. So thanks for all the comments.
Yeah, I'm in agreement. I don't see any.
Hello?
Good, we're back on.
Okay.
We're back on.
Yeah, I don't see any reason why we
Hello?
should. That's
Right.
not.
That's
is
not
that,
Denise.
Is this Denise Del Mar?
No, you got the wrong number.
Well, what do you think about that?
There's our public comment.
Oh, while the chief's doing that,
Just give us a 2-minute recess here to pull it
okay,
back up.
yeah.
Might be better. 1905?
That person we just called had no idea. She's on television. She's in front of 40 people.
Make sure it's Councilmember Del Mar.
Hello?
That's her.
Good,
Okay.
back on, okay.
Would
Okay,
you,
so here's my comment.
Okay.
Our new phone system, do they just automatically turn off at 10:30 at city council meetings?
Yeah, I think that's what happened.
Okay, I'll continue with my comments.
yeah, I think.
Yeah,
she's leaving.
I don't see any reason to limit the amounts of funds. I mean, we have a rare opportunity here where we have the Community Foundation and the Civic Club taking an interest in just creating something, again, that's monumental and enduring for Sierra Madre. So I think this is a perfect way to spend the funds that we have set aside for the arts in public places. So I really like the concept. And again, I'm sure with some community input, it'll become even better. And this is going to be just fantastic. I mean, for me, like when I come home or I'm driving home from either, I often drive past Kirsten Court just because I just love to see how many people are out there. And I know the businesses are annoyed a little bit, but on Fridays to see all the kids out there is really touching to my heart. I think it's fantastic. And this will make it even better for everybody with additional tables and stuff like that. So without getting into the details, just I'm sure you guys will work it out and get good public feedback on this. And as far as I'm concerned, you'd have an open slate to develop whatever you want. So.
Agreed.
My comment the same. I would not impound any of that 57,000. I would spend it all if you need it. As far as I'm concerned, I'm a practical guy, and I like the fact that you're grading this. I think it's going to be a lot more usable for everybody, particularly the kids. Yeah, but you still have some elements here that I think are probably in flux that will be worked out, at a later date by those who are more aesthetic than us, or at least me. So I think it's fantastic, and this could be a real kind of a watershed moment in the history of the city if we could put this together and do something really classy. So all in favor of it. Did we get? Oh, she is there.
I just have one
Okay.
other comment.
Go ahead.
So, for me, what really kind of touched my heart was we have a town that we pride ourselves in our volunteers and the many volunteers who work in the general plan and the many volunteers that we see in all the committees. And to have this emerge from volunteers is really touches my heart. And I thank all of you for who came forward. And I would love to see us proceed with this and give my support to it.
So do we need to take a vote on this? I think you have unanimous consensus that we'd like to move forward with it.
We're good. It'll come back.
Okay, thank you everyone for coming. Appreciate the input. We have a motion for adjournment.
If I could just.
Oh, whoa. Wait.
Hold on.
I do for future agenda items.
Okay.
We had a request to talk about the leaf blowers. Can we get that on the agenda at some point?
Did you get that request
I have
now?
it. Mm-hmm.
Okay, any other items?
I'll ask for one too, is just if we can take a look at, well, I'd like to see if planning can look at legal non-conforming ordinance. Is it ordinance or regulation code? But I'd like to see that agendized at some point.
Any other items for new business? Now, is there a motion for adjournment?
One last comment from staff.
Dang it.
The information technology master plan will need to come back to September 13th because that's the availability of the consultant, just
Okay.
FYI.
That's all right.
Hmm?
Some more time to read it.
Yeah,
Right.
thanks. Appreciate it.
Expect a report.
All right, my motion. Restarted.
I'll second.
In favor?
Aye.
Opposed? We are adjourned, folks. Good night.
Good night, Denise.
Bye.